When I was younger and less experienced, my dad gave me some advice. I've thought about it a lot since then.
Whenever you want to judge someone, just remember that not everyone has had the same chances as you.
He didn't say much else, but we always understood each other, even when we weren't talking openly. I knew he meant a lot more. So I tend not to judge others. This has helped me connect with all sorts of interesting people, though it also meant dealing with some seriously boring ones. People with unusual minds quickly notice this quality in normal people. That's why in college, I was unfairly called a politician. I knew the hidden troubles of many wild unknown guys. Most times, I didn't even want to hear their secrets. I often faked sleep or looked busy when someone was about to share something too personal. Honestly, young guys' deep thoughts are often just copied from somewhere else and hide a lot. Not judging people is like having endless hope. I still get a little worried I'll miss something important if I forget what my dad kind of snobbishly pointed out, that people aren't born with the same amount of basic decency. After bragging about how tolerant I am, I have to admit it has limits. How people behave can be based on something strong or something weak, but eventually I just stopped caring. When I came back from the East last fall, I wished everyone would just be orderly and morally upright forever. I didn't want any more wild adventures or special peeks into people's inner lives. Only Gatsby, the man this book is named after, was different. He was everything I naturally disliked. But if personality is just a bunch of successful actions, then there was something truly amazing about him. He had this incredible sense for life's possibilities, like a super-sensitive machine that could feel earthquakes far away. This wasn't some weak artistic sensitivity. It was an amazing ability to hope, a romantic eagerness I've never seen in anyone else and probably never will again. Gatsby himself turned out okay in the end. It was what destroyed Gatsby, the ugly mess that followed his dreams, that made me lose interest in the sad, fleeting joys of other people. My family has been important and wealthy in this Midwest city for 3 generations. The Caraways are like a whole tribe. We have a family story that we're related to the Dukes of Buccleuch. But the real start of our family line here was my grandfather's brother. He arrived in '51, sent someone else to fight in the Civil War, and then started the hardware business my dad runs now. I never met this great uncle, but people say I look like him. There's a tough-looking painting of him in my dad's office. I finished college at New Haven in 1915, 25 years after my dad. A bit later, I fought in World War I, which they called the Great War. I had such a good time fighting that I came back feeling restless. The Midwest, which used to feel like the center of everything, now felt like the very edge of the world. So I decided to go east and get into the bond business. Everyone I knew was doing it, so I figured there was room for one more single guy. My aunts and uncles discussed it like they were picking a fancy school for me. Finally, they said, well, yes, with serious, unsure looks. My dad agreed to pay for me for a year. After some delays, I moved east, I thought for good, in the spring of 1922. The smart thing to do was find a place in the city, but it was warm, and I'd just left a place with big lawns and lots of trees. So, when a guy at the office suggested we share a house in a town outside the city, it sounded awesome. He found the place, a rundown little bungalow for $80 a month. But at the last minute, his company sent him to Washington, so I ended up in the country alone. I had a dog for a few days until he ran away. I also had an old Dodge car and a Finnish woman who cleaned, made breakfast, and mumbled Finnish sayings to herself by the stove. I felt pretty lonely for a day or two. Then, one morning, a guy who'd arrived even more recently than me stopped me on the road.
How do you get to West Egg Village?
I told him. As I kept walking, I didn't feel lonely anymore. I felt like a guide, a pioneer, someone who belonged. He had, without even trying, made me feel at home in the neighborhood. So with the sun shining and leaves bursting on the trees like everything sped up in a movie, I felt that familiar feeling. Life was starting fresh. Whoa, if summer. There was so much to read for one thing, and so much fresh, healthy air to breathe in. I bought a bunch of books on banking, credit, and investments. They sat on my shelf, red and gold, like brand new money, promising to reveal secrets that only super rich legends knew. I also planned to read many other books. I was pretty into literature in college. One year, I wrote some serious but obvious articles for the Yale News. Now, I wanted to bring all that back into my life and become a well-rounded man. which honestly is a pretty limited goal. But seriously, life is often easier to understand if you focus on one thing. By chance, I rented a house in one of North America's weirdest communities. It was on a long, lively island east of New York City. Among other cool natural features, there are two unusual land shapes there. 20 miles from the city, two huge eggs of land stick out into the Long Island Sound. They look identical from above and are separated only by a small bay. They aren't perfectly oval, though. Like the egg in the Columbus story, they're flattened at one end. But their similar shape must always amaze the seagulls flying overhead. For people on the ground, what's more interesting is how different they are in every way except for their basic shape and size. I lived in West Egg, which was, well, the less trendy of the two areas. Calling it less fashionable doesn't even begin to cover how weird and kinda creepy the difference between them was. My house was right at the end of the egg, only 50 yards from the Sound. It was squished between two enormous mansions that rented for $12,000 or $15,000 a season. The one next to me on the right was massive by any standard. It looked like a real city hall from Normandy, France, with a tower on one side, brand new under some fresh ivy. It had a marble swimming pool and over 40 acres of lawn and garden. It was Gatsby's mansion. Or rather, since I didn't know him yet, it was a mansion where a guy named Gatsby lived. My own house was a dump, but it was a small dump, and people mostly ignored it. So I had a water view, a partial view of my neighbor's huge lawn, and the comforting feeling of being near millionaires, all for $80 a month. No cap, that was a steal. Across the bay, the white mansions of fancy East Egg sparkled along the water. The real story of my summer started the evening I drove over there for dinner with Tom and Daisy Buchanan. Daisy was my second cousin, and I knew Tom from college. Right after the war, I spent a couple of days with them in Chicago. Daisy's husband, Tom, was known for his physical achievements. He was one of the strongest football players ever at New Haven. He was kind of a national star. He was one of those guys who peak at 21, and everything after that feels like a letdown. His family was super rich. Even in college, he spent money so freely it was scandalous. But now, he'd left Chicago and come east in a way that was pretty wild. For example, he brought a whole team of polo ponies from Lake Forest. It was hard to believe someone my age had that much money. I don't know why they came east. They'd spent a year in France for no real reason, then just wandered around to places where rich people played polo. Daisy said over the phone this was a permanent move, but I didn't buy it. I couldn't see into Daisy's thoughts, but I figured Tom would just keep drifting, always looking for the intense excitement of a football game he'd cool. D and never get back. So, on a warm, windy evening, I drove to East Egg to see two old friends I barely knew anymore. Their house was even fancier than I expected, a bright red and white Georgian colonial mansion with a view of the bay. The lawn started at the beach and stretched a quarter-mile to the front door, passing sundials, brick paths, and vibrant gardens. It looked like it just kept going, climbing up the side of the house with bright vines. The front of the house had many French windows, glowing with reflected gold, wide open to the warm breeze. Tom Buchanan, dressed in riding clothes, stood on the front porch with his legs spread wide. He had changed a lot since his college days. Now, he was a strong, blond man of 30, with a firm mouth and a really arrogant attitude. His shiny, proud eyes dominated his face, making him look like he was always leaning aggressively forward. Even his fancy riding clothes couldn't hide his massive strength. He seemed to fill his shiny boots so much that the top laces looked stretched. You could see a huge amount of muscle move when his shoulders shifted under his thin coat. It was a body built for immense power, a cruel body. His voice, a rough, deep sound, just added to his irritable vibe. He had a hint of fatherly scorn in it, even for people he liked. Back at New Haven, some guys absolutely hated him. He gave off the impression of saying something like this.
Don't think my opinion on these things is the only one that matters, just because I'm stronger and more of a man than you.
We were in the same club in college, and though we were never close, I always felt he approved of me. He wanted me to like him, but in his own tough, slightly sad way. We chatted for a few minutes on the sunny porch.
I've got a nice place here.
His eyes darted around restlessly. He turned me around by one arm and swept his hand across the view in front of us. It included a sunken Italian garden, a half-acre of strong-smelling roses, and a small motorboat bumping offshore.
It belonged to Domain, the oil guy.
He turned me around again, politely but suddenly.
We'll go inside.
We walked through a tall hallway into a bright, rosy room. French windows at both ends connected it to the rest of the house. The windows were slightly open, shining white against the fresh grass outside, which almost seemed to grow into the room. A breeze swept through, making the curtains billow in and out like pale flags, twisting up toward the decorative ceiling. Then it rippled over the deep red rug, creating a shadow like wind on the ocean. The only thing perfectly still in the room was a huge couch. Two young women sat on it, floating like they were on a tied-down balloon. Both wore white dresses, which fluttered and rippled as if they'd just flown in. I probably stood there for a few moments, listening to the curtains flap and a picture on the wall creak. Then, Tom Buchanan suddenly slammed the back window shut. The wind caught and the room died, and the curtains, rugs, and the two young women slowly settled back down. The younger woman was a stranger. She lay stretched out on her end of the sofa, totally still, with her chin slightly raised. It looked like she was balancing something that could easily fall. If she saw me, she didn't show it at all. Honestly, I almost apologized for bothering her by walking in. The other girl, Daisy, tried to stand up. She leaned forward a bit with a serious look. Then she laughed, a silly but charming little laugh. I laughed too and walked further into the room.
I'm paralyzed with happiness.
She laughed again, as if she'd said something super clever. She held my hand for a moment, looking up at me, acting like I was the person she most wanted to see in the world. That was just her way. She quietly mentioned that the other girl's last name was Baker. Some people say Daisy mumbled just to make you lean in closer, but honestly, it still sounded charming. Anyway, Miss Baker's lips moved slightly. She nodded at me almost imperceptibly, then quickly tilted her head back again. Whatever she was balancing must have wobbled, scaring her a bit. Again, I felt like apologizing. Anyone who acts totally self-sufficient always impresses me. I looked back at Daisy, my cousin. She started asking me questions in her soft, exciting voice. It was the kind of voice you just followed, up and down, like each sentence was a unique song never to be played again. Her face was sad and beautiful, with bright eyes and a bright, passionate mouth. But her voice held an excitement that men who liked her found impossible to forget. A compelling melody, a whispered listen, a promise that she'd judge. Done fun? Exciting things and more were coming soon. I told her I'd stopped in Chicago for a day on my way east and that lots of people had sent their love.
Do they miss me?
The whole town is empty. All the cars have their left rear wheels painted black like a funeral wreath, and there's constant crying all night along the North Shore.
How gorgeous. Let's go back, Tom. Tomorrow.
Then she added, randomly,
You ought to see the baby.
I'd like to.
She's asleep. She's 3. Haven't you ever seen her?
Never.
Well, you ought to see her. She's...
Tom Buchanan, who'd been restlessly moving around the room, stopped and put his hand on my shoulder.
What are you doing, Nick?
I'm a Bond guy.
Who with?
I told him the company name.
Never heard of them.
This annoyed me. You will. You will if you stay in the East.
Oh, I'll stay in the East. Don't you worry.
He glanced at Daisy, then back at me like he was looking for more. He continued,
I'd be a damn fool to live anywhere else.
Then Miss Baker suddenly said, Absolutely. It made me jump. It was the first thing she'd said since I arrived. Clearly it surprised her as much as it did me, because she yawned and quickly, gracefully stood up.
I'm stiff. I've been on that sofa for ages.
Don't look at me. I've been trying to get you to New York all afternoon.
No thanks.
She said this to the 4 cocktails just brought in from the kitchen.
I'm totally in training.
Tom looked at her totally confused.
You are? How you ever get anything done is beyond me.
He drank his entire glass in one gulp. I looked at Miss Baker wondering what got done meant. I liked watching her. She was a slim, small-chested girl with a straight posture. She emphasized it by pulling her shoulders back like a young military cadet. Her gray, sun-weary eyes looked back at me with polite curiosity from a pale, charming, but unhappy face. It hit me then that I'd seen her or a photo of her somewhere before.
You live in West Egg. I know somebody there.
She said it with disdain. I don't know a single...
You must know Gatsby.
Gatsby? What Gatsby?
Before I could say he was my neighbor, dinner was announced. Tom Buchanan forcefully hooked his arm under mine and pulled me from the room, like moving a checker piece. Gracefully and slowly, with hands on their hips, the 2 young women walked ahead of us onto a rosy porch. It faced the sunset, and 4 candles flickered on the table in the fading breeze.
Why candles?
She frowned and snapped them out with her fingers.
In 2 weeks, it'll be the longest day of the year.
She looked at us all brightly.
Do you always look for the longest day of the year and then miss it? I always look for it and then miss it.
We should plan something.
She yawned, sitting at the table like she was getting into bed.
All right, what will we plan?
She turned to me helplessly.
What do people plan?
Before I could answer, her eyes fixed on her little finger with a look of shock.
Look, I hurt it.
We all looked. Her knuckle was black and blue.
You did it, Tom. I know you didn't mean to, but you did it. That's what I get for marrying a brute of a man, a big, hulking, physical specimen of a...
She said it accusingly.
I hate that word hulking. Even when you're kidding.
hulking.
Sometimes Daisy and Miss Baker would talk at the same time, quietly. They'd tease each other without really saying anything important. Their conversation was as cool as their white dresses and their distant eyes, showing no strong feelings. They were just there, accepting Tom and me. They made a polite effort to entertain or be entertained. They knew dinner would end soon, and then the evening would quietly fade away. This was totally different from the West, where evenings were rushed, filled with either constant excitement that never quite lived up to expectations or pure nervous dread. I confess this on my second glass of slightly bad but still impressive red wine. You make me feel uncivilized, Daisy. Can't you talk about farming or something? I didn't mean anything special by that comment, but Tom took it in a strange way.
Civilization is falling apart. I've become super pessimistic about everything. Have you read The Rise of the Colored Empires by this guy Goddard?
Why, no. I was pretty surprised by his tone.
Well, it's a great book, and everyone should read it. The idea is, if we're not careful, the white race will be completely drowned out. It's all scientific stuff. It's been proven.
Tom's getting very deep.
She said it with a kind of thoughtless sadness.
He reads intense books with long words. What was that word
Well, these books are all scientific. This guy figured out everything. It's up to us, the dominant race, to be careful, or these other races will take over.
He insisted, glancing at her impatiently.
We've got to beat them down.
She whispered, winking fiercely at the bright sun.
You ought to live in California.
Miss Baker began, but Tom interrupted her, shifting heavily in his chair.
The idea is that we're Nordics. I am, and you are, and...
After a tiny pause, he included Daisy with a slight nod, and she winked at me again.
Dash. And we've produced all the things that make civilization like science and art. All that stuff. Get it?
There was something sad about how focused he was. It was like his usual arrogance, now even stronger, wasn't enough for him anymore. Almost immediately, the phone rang inside. The butler left the porch, and Daisy quickly used the break in conversation to lean toward me.
I'll tell you a family secret. It's about the butler's nose. Do you want to hear about it?
She whispered enthusiastically. That's why I came over tonight.
Well, he wasn't always a butler. He used to polish silver for some rich people in New York. They had enough silver for 200 guests. He polished it all day long until it started messing with his nose.
Things went from bad to worse.
She suggested.
Yes, things went from bad to worse, until he had to quit his job.
For a moment, the last bit of sunlight lit her face beautifully. Her voice drew me in, making me listen closely. Then the glow faded, like light leaving her with a lasting sadness, like children leaving a fun street at sunset. The butler came back and whispered something in Tom's ear. Tom frowned, pushed back his chair, and went inside without a word. As if his leaving energized her, Daisy leaned forward again, her voice bright and lively.
I love seeing you at my table, Nick. You remind me of a rose, a total rose, doesn't he?
She turned to Miss Baker for agreement.
An absolute rose?
This wasn't true. I'm not even a little bit like a rose. She was just making it up on the spot, but a warm, exciting feeling came from her, like her heart was trying to reach out to you through those dramati. See? Thrilling words. Then suddenly, she threw her napkin on the table, excused herself, and went into the house. Miss Baker and I exchanged a quick look that meant nothing. I was about to speak when she suddenly sat up, saying, "Shh," in a warning voice. A quiet, passionate murmur could be heard from the next room. Miss Baker leaned forward, shamelessly trying to listen. The sounds almost became words, then faded, grew excited, and finally stopped. This Mr. Gatsby you spoke of is my neighbor.
Don't talk. I want to hear what happens.
Is something happening? I asked innocently.
You mean you don't know? I thought everyone knew.
She said, genuinely surprised. I don't,
Why?
she said hesitantly.
Tom's got some woman in New York.
Got some woman? I repeated blankly. Miss Baker nodded.
She could at least have the decency not to call him during dinner, don't you think?
Almost before I understood what she meant, I heard a dress flutter and leather boots crunch. Tom and Daisy were back at the table.
It couldn't be helped.
She cried with forced cheerfulness. She sat down, looking intently at Miss Baker, then at me. She continued.
I looked outside for a minute, and it's very romantic out there. There's a bird on the lawn that I think must be a nightingale. Maybe it came over on the Canard or White Star Line. He's just singing away.
Her voice became melodic.
It's romantic, isn't it, Tom?
Very romantic,
he said, then sadly to me.
If it's light enough after dinner, I want to take you to the stables.
The telephone rang inside, startling everyone. Daisy shook her head at Tom, and the topic of the stables and really all other topics just disappeared. In the messy last 5 minutes at the table, I remember the candles being lit again, pointlessly. I wanted to look everyone in the eye, but also avoid all eyes. I couldn't guess what Daisy and Tom were thinking. But I doubt even Miss Baker, who seemed quite the skeptic, could totally ignore the urgent, sharp sound of this fifth guest's phone call. For some, the situation might have been intriguing. My own gut feeling was to call the police right away. Naturally, the horses weren't mentioned again. Tom and Miss Baker walked back into the library with a few feet of distance between them in the dim light, like they were guarding a real body. I, trying to look polite but a little oblivious, followed Daisy around a series of connected porches to the front. In the deep shadows, we sat down together on a wicker sofa. Daisy held her face in her hands as if feeling its beautiful shape. Her eyes slowly moved out into the soft twilight. I could see strong emotions were bothering her, so I asked some calming questions about her daughter.
We don't know each other very well, Nick, even though we're cousins. You didn't come to my wedding.
She said this suddenly. I wasn't back from the war yet.
That's true.
She hesitated?
Well, I've had a really tough time, Nick, and I'm pretty cynical about everything now.
She definitely had reasons. I waited, but she didn't say anything else. After a moment, I weakly brought up her daughter again. I suppose she talks and eats and everything.
Oh, yes.
She looked at me without really seeing me.
Listen, Nick, let me tell you what I said when she was born. Do you want to hear it?
Very much.
It'll show you how I feel about, well, things. She was less than an hour old, and Tom was God knows where. I woke up from the anesthetic feeling completely lost. I immediately asked the nurse if it was a boy or a girl. She told me it was a girl, so I turned my head and cried. I said, all right, I'm glad it's a girl, and I hope she'll be a fool. That's the best thing a girl can be in this world. A beautiful little fool. You see, I think everything's terrible anyway.
She went on, sounding convinced.
Everyone thinks so, even the smartest people. And I know it. I've been everywhere, seen everything, done everything.
Her eyes flashed around defiantly, like Tom's, and she laughed with exciting scorn.
Sophisticated God, I'm sophisticated.
The moment her voice stopped and I no longer felt drawn in, I sensed how fake her words were. It made me uncomfortable, like the whole evening was a trick to get some reaction out of me. I waited, and sure enough, a moment later she looked at me with a definite smirk on her beautiful face. It was as if she just confirmed she was part of some exclusive secret club that she and Tom were both in. The scene shifted indoors. Inside, the red room was bright with light. Tom and Miss Baker sat at opposite ends of the long couch. She was reading aloud to him from the Saturday Evening Post. Her words were soft and flat, blending into a soothing sound. The lamplight shone brightly on Tom's boots and dimly on Miss Baker's autumn yellow hair. It glinted along the paper as she turned a page, her arm muscles flexing slightly. When we walked in, she held up a hand, keeping us silent for a moment.
To be continued in our very next issue.
She tossed the magazine on the table. She moved her knee restlessly, then stood up.
10 o'clock.
She seemed to find the time on the ceiling, she added.
Time for this good girl to go to bed.
Jordan's going to play in the tournament tomorrow, over at Westchester.
Daisy explained. Oh, you're Jordan Baker. Now I knew why her face looked familiar. Her cool, slightly disdainful look had stared out at me from many newspaper photos of sports events in Asheville, Hot Springs, and Palm Beach. I'd also heard some story about her, something critical and unpleasant, but I'd long forgotten the details.
Good night. Wake me at 8, okay?
She said softly.
If you'll actually get up.
I will. Good night, Mr. Smith. Caraway. See you soon.
Of course you will.
Daisy confirmed.
Actually, I think I'll arrange a marriage. Come over often, Nick, and I'll, throw you two together. You know, accidentally lock you in linen closets and push you out to sea in a boat, and all that kind of stuff.
Good night.
Miss Baker called from the stairs.
I haven't heard a word.
She's a nice girl. They shouldn't let her run around the country like this.
Tom said after a moment.
Who shouldn't?
Daisy asked coldly.
Her family.
Her family is one aunt who's like 1,000 years old. Besides, Nick's going to look after her. Aren't you, Nick? She's going to spend lots of weekends here this summer. I think being at home will be really good for her.
Daisy and Tom looked at each other silently for a moment. Is she from New York? I asked quickly.
From Louisville. We spent our innocent girlhood together there. Our beautiful innocent.
Did you give Nick a little heart-to-heart talk on the porch?
Tom demanded suddenly.
Did I?
She looked at me.
I can't seem to remember, but I think we talked about the Nordic race. Yes, I'm sure we did. It kind of just came up, and before you knew it...
Don't believe everything you hear, Nick.
He advised me. I casually said I hadn't heard anything. A few minutes later, I got up to go home. They walked with me to the door and stood side by side in a bright square of light. As I started my car, Daisy called out urgently.
Wait, I forgot to ask you something, and it's important. We heard you were engaged to a girl out west.
That's right. We heard that you were engaged.
Tom confirmed kindly. It's a lie. I'm too poor.
But we heard it.
Daisy insisted, surprising me by opening up like a flower again.
We heard it from 3 different people, so it must be true.
Of course, I knew what they were talking about, but I wasn't even close to being engaged. The fact that gossip had spread news of my engagement was one reason I'd moved east. You can't just stop being friends with someone because of rumors. But I also wasn't going to let rumors push me into marriage. Their interest actually touched me and made them feel less like super rich, distant people. Still, I was confused and a bit disgusted as I drove away. It seemed like Daisy should have rushed out of the house with her child, but she clearly had no such plans. As for Tom, the fact that he had some woman in New York was actually less surprising than him being bothered by a book. Something was making him pick at old ideas, as if his strong, selfish nature no longer satisfied his demanding personality. It was already deep summer on the roofs of roadhouses and in front of roadside garages, where new red gas pumps sat glowing in pools of light. When I reached my place in West Egg, I parked the car under its shed and sat for a while on an old lawn roller in the yard. The wind had died down, leaving a loud, bright night. I heard wings flapping in the trees and a constant organ-like sound as the air filled the frogs with life. The shadow of a cat moved across the moonlight. I turned my head to watch it and realized I wasn't alone. About 50 feet away, a figure had stepped out from the shadow of my neighbor's mansion. He stood with his hands in his pockets, looking up at the sparkly stars. His calm movements and how firmly he stood on the lawn suggested it was Mr. I, Gatsby himself. It was like he had come out to claim his part of the night sky. I thought about calling out to him. Miss Baker had mentioned him at dinner, so that would be an easy intro, but I didn't. He suddenly gave off a vibe that he wanted to be alone. He stretched out his arms toward the dark water in a strange way, and even from far away, I could have sworn he was trembling. Without thinking, I looked out at the water but saw nothing except a single green light, tiny and far away, which might have been the end of a dock. When I looked back for Gatsby, he was gone. I was alone again in the restless darkness. Halfway between West Egg and New York City, the main road quickly meets the railroad. It runs alongside it for about a quarter mile, moving away from a lonely, empty area. This is the Valley of Ashes, a strange place where ashes grow like wheat into hills and weird gardens. Ashes form houses, chimneys, and rising smoke. Finally, with great effort, they form ash-gray men who move dimly and are already crumbling in the dusty air. Sometimes, a line of gray train cars slowly crawls along a hidden track, makes a creepy creak, and stops. Immediately, the ash-gray men swarm with heavy shovels, stirring up a thick cloud that hides their unclear work from view. But above the gray land and the endless dust clouds, after a moment, you see the eyes of Dr. T. J. Eckelberg. These eyes are huge and blue. Their irises are a yard tall. They aren't out of a face. Instead, they stare out from enormous yellow glasses that sit on a nose that isn't there. Clearly, some crazy eye doctor put them there to get more business in Queens. Then he either went blind himself or just forgot about them and left. But his eyes, a bit faded from paint wearing off over many days of sun and rain, still watch over this serious, sad dumping ground. A small, dirty river borders the Valley of Ashes on one side. When the drawbridge goes up for barges, passengers on waiting trains can stare at the depressing view for up to half an hour. There's always a stop there for at least a minute. And that's how I first met Tom Buchanan's mistress. Everyone who knew Tom knew he had a mistress. His friends hated that he'd show up with her at popular cafes, then leave her at a table to chat with people he knew. I was curious to see her, but I didn't want to meet her. But I did. One afternoon, I took the train to New York with Tom. When we stopped near the ash heaps, he jumped up, grabbed my elbow, and practically dragged me off the train.
We're getting off. I want you to meet my girl.
He insisted. I think he'd had a lot to drink at lunch. His determination to have me with him was almost violent. He arrogantly assumed I had nothing better to do on a Sunday afternoon. I followed him over a low, white-painted railroad fence. We walked back about 100 yards along the road under Dr. Eckelberg's constant stare. The only building visible was a small yellow brick block at the edge of the wasteland. It was like a tiny main street serving this area, but connected to absolutely nothing else. One of its 3 shops was for rent. Another was an all-night restaurant reached by an ash path. The third was a garage. Repairs. George B. Wilson? Cars bought and sold. I followed Tom inside. The inside was poor and empty. The only car I saw was a dusty, wrecked Ford huddled in a dark corner. It crossed my mind that this garage might just be a cover-up, and that fancy romantic apartments were hidden upstairs. Just then, the owner appeared at an office door, wiping his hands on a rag. He was a blond, tired-looking man, pale and slightly handsome. When he saw us, a faint spark of hope lit up his light blue eyes.
Hello, Wilson, old man. How's business?
Tom said, slapping him cheerfully on the shoulder.
I can't complain. When are you going to sell me that car?
Wilson answered, not sounding convinced.
Next week? I've got my guy working on it now.
Works pretty slow, doesn't he?
No, he doesn't. And if you feel that way about it, maybe I should sell it somewhere else after all.
Tom said coldly.
I don't mean that. I just meant...
Wilson explained quickly. His voice trailed off, and Tom glanced impatiently around the garage. Then I heard footsteps on the stairs. A moment later, a somewhat heavy woman blocked the light from the office door. She was in her mid-30s, and a little stout, but she moved her body with a sensual grace that some women have. Her face, above a spotted dark blue dress, wasn't beautiful, but she had an immediate, noticeable energy, like her whole body was constantly burning. She smiled slowly. Walking past her husband as if he were invisible, she shook hands with Tom, looking him directly in the eye. Then she wet her lips and, without turning around, spoke to her husband in a soft, rough voice.
Get some chairs, why don't you? So someone can sit down.
Oh, sure.
Wilson agreed hurriedly. He walked toward the small office, almost blending in with the gray cement walls. A white, ash-like dust covered his dark suit and pale hair, just as it covered everything nearby, except his wife, who moved close to Tom.
I want to see you. Get on the next train,
Tom said intently.
All right.
I'll meet you by the newsstand on the lower level.
She nodded and moved away from him just as George Wilson came out of his office with 2 chairs. We waited for her down the road, hidden from view. It was a few days before the 4th of July. A skinny Italian child with gray clothes was lining up small fireworks along the railroad track.
Terrible place, isn't it?
Tom said, frowning toward Dr. Eckelberg's eyes. Awful!
It does her good to get away.
Doesn't her husband object?
Wilson? He thinks she goes to see her sister in New York. He's so dumb he doesn't even know he's alive.
So, Tom Buchanan, his girlfriend, and I went to New York together. Well, not quite together, because Mrs. Doe Wilson sat quietly in a different train car. Tom wanted to be respectful of any East Eggers who might be on the train. She had changed into a brown patterned dress that stretched tightly over her rather wide hips as Tom helped her onto the platform in New York. At the newsstand, she bought a copy of Town Tattle and a movie magazine. At the station drugstore, she got some cold cream and a small bottle of perfume. Upstairs, in the echoing taxi lane, she let 4 cabs drive away before picking a new one, lavender-colored with gray seats. In this car, we smoothly drove out of the busy station into the bright sunshine. But right away, she turned sharply from the window, leaned forward, and tapped on the front glass.
I want to get one of those dogs. I want for the apartment. They're nice to have a dog,
she said earnestly. We drove back to a gray-haired old man who strangely looked like John D. Rockefeller? In a basket hanging from his neck were about a dozen very young puppies of unknown breed, huddled together.
What kind are they?
Mrs.? Wilson asked eagerly as he came to the taxi window.
All kinds. What kind do you want, lady?
I'd like to get one of those police dogs. I don't suppose you have that kind?
The man looked doubtfully into the basket. He plunged his hand in and pulled out a wiggling puppy by the scruff of its neck.
That's no police dog.
No, it's not exactly a police dog. It's more of an Airedale.
He passed his hand over the dog's rough brown fur.
Look at that coat. What a coat. That's a dog that'll never catch a cold.
I think it's cute. How much is it?
Mrs. Beck, Wilson said enthusiastically.
That dog will cost you $10.
He looked at it admiringly. The Airedale, it definitely had some Airedale in it, even though its feet were surprisingly white, was handed over. It settled into Mrs. Wilson's lap, where she happily petted its tough coat.
Is it a boy or a girl?
She asked delicately.
That dog? That dog's a boy.
It's a bitch. Here's your money. Go buy 10 more dogs with it.
Tom said decisively. We drove over to Fifth Avenue. It was warm and gentle, almost like being in the countryside on that summer Sunday afternoon. I wouldn't have been surprised to see a big flock of white sheep turn the corner. Hold on, I have to leave you here.
No, you don't. Myrtle will be hurt if you don't come up to the apartment. Won't you, Myrtle?
Tom quickly cut in.
Come on. I'll call my sister Catherine. People who know say she's super beautiful.
She urged. Well, I'd like to, but we continued, driving back over Central Park toward the West Hundreds. At 158th Street, the cab stopped at one building in a long row of white apartment blocks. Mrs.? Wilson glanced around the neighborhood like royalty returning home. She gathered her dog and her shopping, then walked in proudly.
I'm going to have the McKees come up. And of course, I have to call my sister, too.
She announced as we went up in the elevator. The apartment was on the top floor, a small living room, dining room, bedroom, and a bathroom. The living room was packed with oversized tapestry-covered furniture. It was so cramped that moving around meant constantly tripping over scenes of ladies swinging in the gardens of Versailles. The only picture was a huge, blurry photo that looked like a hen on a rock. But from far away, the hen turned into a bonnet, and the face of a chubby old lady smiled down into the room. Several old copies of Town Tattle, Simon Called Peter, and some Broadway gossip magazines lay on the table. Mrs. Wilson was first worried about the dog. A hesitant elevator boy got a box of straw and some milk. On his own, he added a can of big, hard dog biscuits, one of which slowly dissolved in the milk saucer all afternoon. Meanwhile, Tom pulled a bottle of whiskey from a locked dresser drawer. I've only been drunk twice in my life, and this afternoon was the second time. So everything that happened is a bit hazy, even though the apartment was bright with sun, until after 8. Mrs. Wilson sat on Tom's lap and called several people. Then we ran out of cigarettes, so I went to the drugstore on the corner to buy some. When I came back, both Tom and Myrtle had disappeared. So I sat quietly in the living room and read a chapter of Simon Called Peter. Either it was a terrible book or the whiskey made things weird because it made no sense to me. Just as Tom and Myrtle reappeared, we started calling each other by our first names after the first drink guests started arriving at the apartment door. Myrtle's sister Catherine was a slim, sophisticated girl around 30. She had a thick, sticky bob of red hair and skin powdered milky white. Her eyebrows were plucked and redrawn at a more dramatic angle, but her natural brow line fighting through gave her face a blurry look. When she moved, her countless pottery bracelets constantly clicked and jingled on her arms. She rushed in with such a possessive attitude, looking around at the furniture like she owned it, that I wondered if she lived there. But when I asked, she laughed loudly, repeated my question out loud, and told me she lived with a girlfriend at a hotel. Mr. Den? McKee was a pale, somewhat feminine man from the apartment below. He had just shaved. There was a white spot of lather on his cheekbone. He greeted everyone in the room very respectfully. He told me he was in the artistic game. I later figured out he was a photographer and had taken the blurry, enlarged photo of Mrs. Wilson's mother that floated like a ghost on the wall. His wife was loud, lazy, attractive, and awful. She proudly told me her husband had photographed her 127 times since they got married. Mrs. Wilson had changed clothes earlier. She was now wearing a fancy cream-colored chiffon afternoon dress that rustled constantly as she moved around the room. Her personality changed with the dress. The strong energy she showed at the garage turned into an impressive haughtiness. Her laughter, her actions, and her statements became more dramatically exaggerated by the minute. As she grew louder and bigger, the room seemed to shrink around her until she appeared to be spinning on a noisy, creaking pivot in the smoky air.
My dear,
She told her sister in a high, prim shout.
most of these guys will cheat you every time. All they care about is money. I had a woman up here last week to look at my feet, and when she gave me the bill, you'd think she took out my appendix.
What was the name of the woman?
Mrs. Eberhardt. She goes around looking at people's feet in their own homes.
I like your dress. I think it's adorable.
Mrs. Wilson rejected the compliment, raising her eyebrow in disdain.
It's just a crazy old thing. I just slip it on sometimes when I don't care what I look like.
But it looks wonderful on you, if you know what I mean. If Chester could only get you in that pose, I think he could make something amazing out of it.
Mrs. McKee continued. We all watched Mrs. Wilson silently. She moved a strand of hair from her eyes and smiled brightly back at us. Mr. Codd? McKee stared at her intensely, his head tilted. Then he slowly moved his hand back and forth in front of his face.
I should change the light. I'd like to highlight her features, and I'd try to get all her hair pulled back,
he said after a moment.
I wouldn't think of changing the light. I think it's...
Mrs. McKee cried. Her husband said, shh. We all looked at Mrs. Durney. Wilson again? Then Tom Buchanan yawned loudly and stood up.
You, McKees, get something to drink. Get some more ice and mineral water, Myrtle, before everyone falls asleep,
he said.
I told that boy about the ice.
Myrtle raised her eyebrows in despair at how useless the servants were.
These people, you have to constantly remind them.
She looked at me and laughed for no reason. Then she marched over to the dog, kissed it happily, and swept into the kitchen as if a dozen chefs were waiting for her orders.
I've done some nice things out on Long Island.
Mr. Could? McKee asserted. Tom looked at him blankly.
We have 2 of them framed downstairs.
2 what?
2 studies. One I call Montauk Point the Gulls, and the other Montauk Point the Sea.
Myrtle's sister Catherine sat down next to me on the couch.
Do you live down on Long Island, too?
She inquired. I live at West Egg.
Really? I was down there at a party about a month ago, at a man named Gatsby's. Do you know him?
I live next door to him.
Well, they say he's a nephew or a cousin of Kaiser Wilhelm. That's where all his money comes from.
Really? She nodded.
I'm scared of him. I'd hate for him to have dirt on me.
This interesting information about my neighbor was interrupted when Mrs. McKee suddenly pointed at Catherine.
Chester, I think you could do something with her.
She broke out, but Mr. McKee only nodded in a bored way and turned his attention to Tom.
I'd like to do more work on Long Island if I could just get a connection. All I ask is for someone to give me a chance.
Ask Myrtle. She'll give you a letter of introduction, won't you, Myrtle?
Tom said, laughing loudly as Mrs. Wilson entered with a tray.
Do what?
She asked, startled.
You'll give McKee a letter of introduction to your husband so he can do some art studies of him.
His lips moved silently for a moment as he thought up a title.
Like George B. Wilson at the gasoline pump, or something.
Catherine leaned close and whispered in my ear.
Neither of them can stand the person they're married to.
Can't they?
Can't stand them.
She looked at Myrtle, then at Tom.
What I say is, why keep living with them if they can't stand each other? If I were them, I'd get a divorce and marry each other right away.
Doesn't she like Wilson either? The answer was unexpected. It came from Myrtle, who had overheard the question, and it was violent and crude.
You see,
Catherine cried triumphantly. She lowered her voice again.
it's really his wife that's keeping them apart. She's Catholic, and Catholics don't believe in divorce.
Daisy wasn't Catholic. I was a bit shocked at how elaborate the lie was.
When they do get married, they're going west to live for a while until things calm down.
Catherine continued. It'd be more discreet to go to Europe.
Oh, do you like Europe?
She exclaimed, surprised.
I just got back from Monte Carlo.
Really?
Just last year. I went over there with another girl.
Did you stay long?
No, we just went to Monte Carlo and back. We went through Marseille. We had over $1,200 when we started, but we got scammed out of it all in 2 days in the private rooms. It was a nightmare getting back. No cap. God, I hated that town.
The late afternoon sky glowed in the window for a moment like the blue sea of the Mediterranean. Then Mrs. McKee's high-pitched voice called me back into the room.
I almost made a mistake. Though, I almost married some guy who'd been after me for years. I knew he was below me. Everybody kept telling me, Lucille, that man is way below you. But if I hadn't met Chester, he would have got me for sure.
She declared this vigorously.
Yes, but listen.
Myrtle Wilson said, nodding her head up and down.
At least, you didn't marry him.
I know I didn't.
Well, I married him. And that's the difference between your situation and mine.
Myrtle said vaguely.
Why did you, Myrtle? Nobody forced you to.
I married him because I thought he was a gentleman. I thought he knew something about good manners, but he wasn't fit to lick my shoe.
she said finally.
You were crazy about him for a while.
Crazy about him? Who said I was crazy about him? I was never any more crazy about him than I was about that man there.
Myrtle cried in disbelief. She suddenly pointed at me, and everyone looked at me accusingly. I tried to show with my expression that I wasn't expecting any special attention.
The only time I was crazy was when I married him. I knew right away I made a mistake. He borrowed someone's best suit to get married in, and never even told me. Then the man came asking for it one day when George was out. I said, "Oh, is that your suit?" This is the first I've heard of it. But I gave it to him, and then I just lay down and cried my eyes out all afternoon.
She really should get away from him. They've been living over that garage for 11 years. And Tom's the first sweetie she's ever had.
Catherine resumed, speaking to me. Everyone now wanted more whiskey, the second bottle. Everyone except Catherine, who felt great without any at all. Tom rang for the building manager and sent him for some famous sandwiches, which were a whole meal by themselves. I wanted to leave and walk east toward the park in the soft evening light. But every time I tried to go, I got caught in some loud, wild argument that pulled me back into my chair like ropes. Still, high above the city, our line of yellow windows must have added to the human secrets for anyone casually watching in the darkening streets. I saw them too, looking up and wondering. I felt both inside and outside the moment, enchanted and disgusted at the same time by life's endless variety. Myrtle pulled her chair close to mine. Suddenly, her warm breath spilled the story of her first meeting with Tom all over me.
It was on those two small seats facing each other, the ones that are always the last ones left on the train. I was going to New York to see my sister and spend the night. He wore a fancy suit and shiny shoes. I couldn't stop looking at him. But every time he looked at me, I had to pretend to be looking at the ad above his head. When we got to the station, he was right next to me. His white shirt front pressed against my arm, so I told him I'd have to call a policeman, but he knew I was lying. I was so excited that when I got into a taxi with him, I barely knew I wasn't getting on a subway train. All I kept thinking over and over was, "You can't live forever. You can't live forever."
She turned to Mrs. Danny, McKee, and the room echoed with her fake laughter.
"My dear,"
she cried.
"I'm going to give you this dress as soon as I'm done with it. I have to get another one tomorrow. I'm going to make a list of everything I need to get. A massage and a perm, a collar for the dog, one of those cute little ashtrays where you push a S, praying, and a wreath with a black silk bow for Mom's grave that will last all summer. I need to write down a list so I don't forget everything I have to do."
It was 9 o'clock. Almost immediately after, I looked at my watch, and it was 10. Mister? McKee was asleep in a chair, his fists clenched in his lap like a staged photo of an important man. I took out my handkerchief and wiped the spot of dried shaving cream from his cheek. It had bothered me all afternoon. The little dog sat on the table, its blind eyes staring through the smoke, groaning softly now and then. People came and went, making plans, getting lost, searching for each other, then finding each other just a few feet away. Sometime around midnight, Tom Buchanan and Mrs. J. had. Wilson stood face to face, arguing passionately about whether Mrs. Mawick was. Wilson had any right to say Daisy's name.
Daisy. 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 I'll say it whenever I want to. Daisy. Die.
Mrs.? Wilson shouted. With a quick, sharp movement, Tom Buchanan hit her with his open hand, breaking her nose. Then there were bloody towels on the bathroom floor, women's voices scolding, and above all the chaos, a long, broken cry of pain. Mister? McKee woke from his nap and dizzily started toward the door. When he was halfway, he turned and stared at the scene, his wife and Catherine scolding and comforting, stumbling among the packed furniture with furs. T8 items. On the couch, the desperate figure was bleeding heavily, trying to cover the fancy tapestry scenes of Versailles with a copy of Town Tattle. Then Mr. McKee turned and continued out the door. I took my hat from the chandelier and followed him.
Come to lunch someday,
he suggested as we rode the elevator down, groaning from the cramped space. Where?
Anywhere.
Keep your hands off the lever.
The elevator boy snapped.
I beg your pardon. I didn't know I was touching it.
Mister? McKee said with dignity. All right, I'll be glad to. I was suddenly standing beside his bed. He was sitting up, wearing only his underwear with a large portfolio in his hands.
Beauty and the Beast. Loneliness. Old Grocery Horse. Brooklyn Bridge.
Then I was lying half asleep in the cold lower level of Pennsylvania Station, staring at the Morning Tribune, waiting for the 4 o'clock train. Throughout the summer nights, music streamed from my neighbor's house. In his blue-lit gardens, men and girls moved like moths, surrounded by whispers, champagne, and stars. On high-tide afternoons, I'd watch his guests dive from his raft's tower, or sunbathe on his hot beach. His 2 motorboats cut through the Sound's water, pulling aquaplanes over foamy waves. On weekends, his Rolls-Royce turned into a party bus, taking people to and from the city from 9 in the morning until past midnight. His station wagon zipped around like a quick yellow bug to meet all the trains. And every Monday, 8 servants plus an extra gardener worked all day with mops, brushes, hammers, and shears, fixing all the damage from the night. Before, every Friday, 5 crates of oranges and lemons arrived from a New York fruit seller. And every Monday, those same oranges and lemons left his back door piled up as empty halves. There was a machine in the kitchen that could juice 200 oranges in half an hour, if a butler pressed a little button 200 times. At least every 2 weeks, a team of caterers arrived with hundreds of feet of canvas and enough colored lights to turn Gatsby's huge garden into a Christmas tree. On the buffet tables, sparkling appetizers, spiced baked hams, and colorful salads were displayed. There were also pastry pigs and turkeys cooked to a deep golden color. In the main hall, a bar with a real brass rail was set up. It was stocked with gins, liquors, and old-forgotten sweet drinks that most of his female guests were too young to recognize. By 7 o'clock, the orchestra had arrived. Not just a small 5-person band, but a whole group with oboes, trombones, saxophones, violins, cornets, piccolos, and various drums. The last swimmers were now off the beach and dressing upstairs. Cars from New York were parked 5 deep in the driveway. The halls, fancy rooms, and porches were already brightly decorated with primary colors. Women wore their hair in strange new bobs and shawls, more exotic than anything from Spain. The bar was busy, and cocktails floated out into the garden. Soon the air was buzzing with chatter and laughter, casual gossip, introductions quickly forgotten, and excited meetings between women who didn't know each other's names. It was a whole vibe. The lights got brighter as the night grew darker. Now, the orchestra played lively, yellow cocktail music, and the chorus of voices grew louder. Laughter came easier by the minute, flowing freely with every cheerful word. Groups changed quickly, growing with new arrivals, then breaking apart and forming again in an instant. There were already wanderers, confident girls who moved through the crowd, becoming the center of attention for a brief, happy moment. Then, feeling triumphant, they would glide on through the shifting sea of faces, voices, and colors under the ever-changing lights. Suddenly, one of these gypsy-like women, shimmering in her opal dress, snatched a cocktail, chugged it for courage, and started dancing alone on the canvas platform, moving her hands like a professional dancer. There was a brief silence. The orchestra leader kindly changed the rhythm for her, and then a burst of chatter erupted as the wrong news spread that she was Gilda Gray's underties. Booty from the Follies. The party had officially started. I think on the first night I went to Gatsby's house, I was one of the few people actually invited. Most people weren't invited. They just showed up. They'd get into cars that took them to Long Island, and somehow, they'd end up at Gatsby's front door. Once there, someone who knew Gatsby would introduce them. After that, they behaved like they were at an amusement park. Sometimes they came and left without ever even meeting Gatsby. They just came for the party, pure and simple, and that was their ticket in. I, however, was actually invited. A chauffeur in a robin's egg blue uniform crossed my lawn early that Saturday morning. He handed me a surprisingly formal note from his boss. It said it would be Gatsby's honor if I would come to his little party that night. He had seen me a few times and had meant to call on me much earlier, but some strange circumstances had stopped him. It was signed Jay Gatsby in a grand handwriting. I showed up at Gatsby's place around 7, dressed up. I felt super awkward walking through the huge crowd of strangers, even though I recognized a few faces from my commute. I immediately noticed a bunch of young English guys. They were all sharply dressed, looked a bit hungry, and were talking seriously with rich Americans. I figured they were selling something, like stocks, insurance, or cars. They high-key knew there was a lot of easy money around, and were convinced they could get some with the right pitch. As soon as I got there, I tried to find Gatsby. But the few people I asked looked at me like I was crazy, and high-key denied knowing anything about him. So I kinda slipped away towards the cocktail table, It was the only spot in the garden where a single guy could hang out without looking totally lost and alone. I was about to get super drunk from embarrassment when Jordan Baker came out of the house. She stood at the top of the marble stairs, leaning back and looking down at the garden with a kind of bored, judging look. Whether I was welcome or not, I felt like I needed to link up with someone before I started talking to random people. That would be cringe. "Hello!" I shouted, walking towards her. My voice sounded super loud across the garden.
I thought you might be here.
She said distractedly as I walked up.
I remembered you live right next door to.
She briefly held my hand, like a promise she'd deal with me in a sec. Then she turned her attention to two girls in matching yellow dresses who stopped at the bottom of the stairs.
Hello. Hello. Sorry you didn't win.
They were talking about the golf tournament. Jordan had lost in the finals the week before.
You don't know who we are, but we met you here about a month ago.
You've dyed your hair since then.
I was surprised, but the girls had already walked away. Jordan seemed to say it more to the early moon, which had appeared no doubt like the dinner from a caterer's truck. With Jordan's thin, tanned arm in mine, we walked down the steps and strolled through the garden. A tray of cocktails appeared out of the dim light, and we sat down at a table with the two girls in yellow and three guys, all introduced as Mr. Whip. Mumble,
Do you come to these parties often?
The last one was when I met you,
she said in a sharp, confident voice, then turned to her friend.
right? Lucille?
It was for Lucille, too.
I like coming here. I'm low-key down for whatever, so I always have a good time. Last time I was here, I ripped my dress on a chair. Gatsby asked for my name and address, and within a week I got a package from Courrier's with a new evening dress in it.
Did you keep it?
For real, I did. I was gonna wear it tonight, but it was too big on top and needed to be fixed. It was light blue with lavender beads. $265.
There's something kind of weird about a guy who'd do that.
The other girl said excitedly.
He just doesn't want any trouble with anyone.
Who doesn't?
Gatsby. Someone told me.
The two girls and Jordan leaned in close, whispering.
Someone told me they think he killed a man once.
A thrill went through all of us. The three Mr. Friend. Mumbles leaned forward, listening intently.
I don't think it's that low-key.
Lucille argued doubtfully.
It's more like he was a German spy during the war.
One of the men nodded, agreeing.
I heard that from a guy who knew everything about him. They grew up together in Germany.
He told us confidently.
Oh, no, that's Cap.
The first girl said.
It couldn't be that, because he was in the American Army during the war.
As we started believing her again, she leaned forward excitedly.
Sometimes, just watch him when he thinks no one's looking. I bet he killed a man. Far, far.
She narrowed her eyes and shivered. Lucille shivered too. We all turned to look for Gatsby. It just showed how much mystery and gossip he inspired that even people who rarely had anything to whisper about were talking about him. The first dinner was being served, and there'd be another one after midnight. Jordan invited me to join her group. They were sitting around a table on the other side of the garden. There were three married couples and Jordan's date, a college guy who wouldn't give up and made kinda inappropriate jokes. He clearly thought Jordan would eventually get with him. This group was super proper and calm, like they were the old money from the countryside. East Egg was definitely looking down on West Egg's wild party vibe, super careful not to get caught up in all the fun.
Let's get out of here.
She whispered after an awkward half hour.
This is way too polite for me.
We got up and Jordan said we were going to find Gatsby. She said I'd never met him, and that made me feel kinda weird. The college guy just nodded in a sad, sarcastic way. We checked the bar first. It was packed, but Gatsby wasn't there. Jordan couldn't spot him from the top of the stairs, and he wasn't on the porch either. Just trying our luck, we opened an important-looking door and walked into a big old library with dark wooden walls, looking like it had been shipped over from some ancient castle in Europe. A chubby, middle-aged man with huge owl-like glasses was sitting kinda drunk on the edge of a big table. He was staring at the bookshelves with a wobbly gaze. When we walked in, he spun around excitedly and checked Jordan out from head to toe.
What do you think?
He asked eagerly. About what? He waved his hand towards the bookshelves.
About that. Actually, you don't even need to check. I already checked. They're real books. No cap.
The books? He nodded.
Absolutely real. They have pages and everything. I thought they'd be fake, just cardboard. But no, for real. They're absolutely real. Pages and here. Let me show you.
Assuming we didn't believe him, he rushed to the bookshelves and came back with Volume 1 of the Stoddard Lectures.
See, it's a real book. It totally fooled me. This guy is a genius, like a real Belasco. It's a triumph. So thorough, so real. He even knew when to stop, didn't cut the pages. But what do you want? What do you expect?
He quickly grabbed the book from me and put it back on the shelf, muttering that if even one book was removed, the whole library would probably fall apart.
Who brought you here?
He demanded.
Or did you just show up? I was brought. Most people were brought.
Jordan looked at him sharp and cheerful, but didn't answer.
I was brought by a woman named Roosevelt. Mrs. Claude Roosevelt. Do you know her? I met her somewhere last night. I've been drunk for about a week now, and I thought sitting in a library might help me sober up a bit.
Has it?
A little, I guess. Can't tell yet. I've only been here an hour. Did I tell you about the books? They're real. They're...
You told us, yeah. We shook hands with him seriously and went back outside. Now there was dancing on a canvas laid out in the garden. Older guys were awkwardly pushing young girls around, while fancy couples held each other stiffly, trying to look cool, mostly staying in the corners. Lots of single girls were dancing alone or grabbing a banjo or drum to play along with the band. By midnight, the party had gone wild. A famous opera singer sang in Italian, and a well-known jazz singer performed. Between songs, people were doing stunts all over the garden, with happy, loud laughter rising into the summer sky. The stage twins, who were the girls in yellow, even did a baby costume act. Champagne was served in huge glasses. The moon was higher now, and the moonlight on the water looked like shimmering silver scales, shaking slightly with the tinny sound of the banjos on tea. Helan, I was still with Jordan Baker. We were sitting at a table with a guy my age and a loud girl who would burst into unstoppable laughter at the slightest thing. I was actually enjoying myself now. I'd had a couple of big glasses of champagne, and suddenly everything around me felt amazing and deep. During a break in the entertainment, the man looked at me and smiled.
Your face looks familiar,
he said politely.
Weren't you in the 1st Division during the war?
Oh, yeah. I was in the 28th Infantry.
I was in the 16th until June 1918. I knew I'd seen you somewhere before.
We talked for a bit about some small, rainy villages in France. He must live nearby because he told me he'd just bought a seaplane and was going to try it out in the morning.
Want to go with me, old sport? Just near the shore, along the Sound.
What time?
Any time that works for you.
I was about to ask his name when Jordan looked over and smiled.
Having a good time now?
She asked. Much better. I turned back to my new acquaintance. This is a weird party for me. I haven't even seen the host. I live over there. I waved towards the hedge I couldn't see in the distance. Dash and this guy Gatsby sent his chauffeur over with an invite. For a moment, he looked at me like he didn't get it.
I'm Gatsby,
he said suddenly. What? Oh, my bad.
I thought you knew, old sport. I'm afraid I'm not a very good host.
He smiled, and it was more than just understanding. It was one of those rare smiles that just totally reassured you, the kind you might see only a few times in your life. For a moment, it seemed to take in the whole world. Then it focused entirely on you with an unbeatable feeling that he liked you. It understood exactly what you wanted it to, believed in you like you wanted to believe in yourself, and made you feel like you were giving off your best vibe. Then, just like that, the smile was gone. I was looking at a fancy but tough young guy, a bit over 30, whose super formal way of talking was almost cringe. Even before he told me his name, I had a strong feeling he was choosing his words very carefully. Right when Gatsby told me who he was, a butler rushed over to him. He said Chicago was calling on the phone. Gatsby excused himself with a small bow, acknowledging each of us.
If you want anything, just ask for it, old sport.
He urged me.
Excuse me, I'll be back later.
When he was gone, I immediately turned to Jordan, feeling like I had to tell her how surprised I was. I had expected Gatsby to be a chubby, older guy with a reddish face. Who is he? Do you know?
He's just a man named Gatsby.
Where's he from, though? And what does he do?
Now you're getting into it.
She answered with a faint smile.
Well, he told me once he went to Oxford.
A vague background story started to form in my mind, but her next comment made it disappear.
But I don't believe it, though.
Why not?
I don't know,
she insisted.
I just don't think he went there, Frafra.
Something in her tone reminded me of the other girl saying, I think he killed a man. It made me super curious. I would have totally believed it if someone said Gatsby was from the swamps of Louisiana or a rough part of New York City. That would make sense. But young guys, at least from my small town experience, just didn't pop up out of nowhere and buy a huge mansion on Long Island Sound.
Anyway, he throws huge parties.
Jordan said, changing the subject, clearly not liking to get into details.
And I like huge parties. They're so intimate. At small parties, there's no privacy, low-key.
A deep drum boomed, and the orchestra leader's voice suddenly rang out above all the chatter in the garden.
Ladies and gentlemen,
he cried.
At Mr. Gatsby's request, we're going to play for you, Mr. Vladimir Tostov's latest work. It got a lot of buzz at Carnegie Hall last May. If you read the news, you know it was a huge sensation.
He smiled, a friendly but a bit superior look, and added,
Some sensation? Far, far.
Everyone laughed.
The piece is known.
He finished loudly.
There's Vladimir Tostov's Jazz History of the World.
I didn't really get Mr. Tostov's song. Just as it started, my eyes landed on Gatsby. He was standing alone on the marble steps, looking at different groups with approving eyes. His tan skin looked nicely tight on his face, and his short hair seemed trimmed daily. I couldn't see anything creepy about him. I wondered if not drinking made him stand out from his guests, because he seemed to get more proper as the party got wilder. When the Jazz History of the World finished, girls were resting their heads on guys' shoulders in a friendly, playful way. Girls were playfully falling backward into men's arms, even into groups, knowing someone would catch them. But no, one fell back on Gatsby, no short bob hairstyle touched Gatsby's shoulder, and no singing groups formed around him.
I beg your pardon.
Gatsby's butler was suddenly standing beside us.
Miss Baker?
He inquired.
I beg your pardon, but Mr. Gatsby would like to speak to you alone.
With me?
She exclaimed in surprise.
Yes, madame.
She got up slowly, giving me a surprised look, and followed the butler towards the house. I noticed she wore her evening dress and all her dresses like they were sports clothes. She moved with such a lively, confident way, like she first learned to walk on golf courses on fresh, clear mornings. I was alone, and it was almost 2 a.m. For a while, weird and interesting sounds had been coming from a long room with many windows that overlooked the terrace. Avoiding Jordan's college date, who was now deep in some odd conversation with 2 chorus girls and begging me to join them, I went inside. The large room was full of people. One of the girls in yellow was playing the piano, and next to her stood a tall, red-haired young woman from a famous singing group, singing. She had drunk a lot of champagne, and during her song, she had awkwardly decided that everything was super sad. She wasn't just singing, she was crying too. Whenever there was a pause in the song, she'd fill it with gasping, shaky sobs, then pick up the lyrics again in a trembling, high voice. Tears ran down her cheeks, but not smoothly. When they hit her heavily beaded eyelashes, they turned inky black and streamed down her face in slow, dark rivulets. Someone joked that she should sing the notes on her face. At that, she threw her hands up, sank into a chair, and fell into a deep, drunken sleep.
She had a fight with the guy who says he's her husband.
A girl next to me explained. I looked around. Most of the women left were now fighting with the men who were supposedly their husbands. Even Jordan's group, the 4 from East Ed, were falling apart with arguments. One of the men was talking with strange focus to a young actress. His wife, after trying to laugh it off in a proper, uncaring way, totally lost it. She started attacking him from the side, appearing suddenly next to him like an angry, sparkling diamond, and hissed into his ear.
You promised.
It wasn't just the misbehaving men who didn't want to go home. The hall was now filled with 2 sadly sober guys and their super angry wives. The wives were complaining to each other in slightly louder voices.
Whenever he sees I'm having a good time, he wants to go home.
Never heard anything so selfish in my life,
We're always the first ones to leave.
So are we.
Well, we're almost the last tonight,
one of the men said awkwardly.
The orchestra left half an hour ago.
Even though the wives agreed that such meanness was unbelievable, the argument ended in a short struggle. Both wives were picked up kicking and screaming and carried out into the night. As I waited for my hat in the hall, the library door opened and Jordan Baker and Gatsby came out together. He was saying something last to her, but his eagerness suddenly stiffened into formality as several people came up to say goodbye. Jordan's group was calling impatiently to her from the porch, but she waited a moment to shake hands.
I've just heard the most amazing thing,
she whispered.
How long were we in there?
About an hour.
It was simply amazing,
she repeated distractedly.
But I swore I wouldn't tell, and here I am, totally teasing you.
She yawned elegantly in front of me.
Please come and see me. Phone book, Under the name of Mrs. Sigourney Howard. My aunt?
She was rushing off as she talked, waving a lively goodbye with her tanned hand as she disappeared into her group at the door. Feeling kind of embarrassed that I'd stayed so late for my first time, I joined the last of Gatsby's guests. They were gathered around him. I wanted to explain that I'd looked for him earlier and apologize for not knowing who he was in the garden.
Don't mention it,
he told me eagerly.
Don't give it another thought, old sport.
His familiar phrase felt as casual as his hand reassuringly brushing my shoulder.
And don't forget we're going up in the seaplane tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock.
Then the butler appeared behind Gatsby.
Philadelphia wants you on the phone, sir.
All right, in a minute. Tell them I'll be right there. Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
He smiled, and suddenly, being among the last to leave felt special, like he had wanted it all along.
Good night, old sport. Good night.
But as I walked down the steps, I saw that the evening wasn't quite over. About 50 feet from the door, a dozen headlights lit up a wild and chaotic scene. In the ditch beside the road, a new Coupe was sitting upright, but one wheel was completely ripped off. It had left Gatsby's drive just 2 minutes earlier. A sharp corner of a wall had caused the wheel to come off, and about 6 curious chauffeurs were giving it a lot of attention. However, since they had left their cars blocking the road, a loud, angry noise from those stuck behind them had been heard for a while, adding to the already crazy mess of the scene. A man in a long coat had gotten out of the wrecked car and was now standing in the middle of the road. He looked from the car to the tire and from the tire to the people watching with a pleasant, puzzled expression.
See, it went in the ditch,
he explained. The fact was super surprising to him. I first noticed his strange look of wonder, and then I recognized the man. It was Owl Eyes, the guy from Gatsby's library earlier. How'd it happen? He shrugged his shoulders.
I know nothing about cars, low-key,
he said firmly. But how did it happen? Did you hit the wall?
Don't ask me,
Owl Eyes said, distancing himself from the whole thing.
I know very little about driving. Basically nothing. It happened, and that's all I know, FR.
Well, if you're a bad driver, you shouldn't be driving at night.
But I wasn't even trying,
he explained angrily.
I wasn't even trying.
A shocked silence fell over the people watching.
Do you want to commit suicide? You're lucky it was just a wheel. A bad driver and not even trying, that's wild.
You don't understand,
Owl Eyes explained.
I wasn't driving. There's another man in the car.
The shock from his statement turned into a long gasp of, "Ah!" as the coupe's door slowly swung open. The crowd, which was now quite large, stepped back without meaning to. When the door opened wide, there was a creepy silence. Then, very slowly, piece by piece, a pale, shaky guy stepped out of the wreck, tentatively touching the ground with a big, wobbly dancing shoe. Blinded by the bright headlights and confused by the constant blaring of horns, the guy stood swaying for a moment before he noticed Owl Eyes.
What's wrong?
He asked calmly.
Did we run out of gas?
Look.
About 6 fingers pointed at the missing wheel. He stared at it for a moment, then looked up like he thought it had fallen from the sky.
It came off,
someone explained. He nodded.
At first, I didn't notice we'd stopped.
He paused. Then, taking a deep breath and straightening his shoulders, he said in a determined voice,
I wonder if you could tell me where there's a gas station?
At least a dozen men, some of them a bit more sober than him, explained that the wheel and car were no longer attached.
Back out,
he suggested after a moment.
Put her in reverse.
But the wheel's off.
He hesitated.
No harm in trying,
he said. The blaring horns got super loud, so I turned away and walked across the lawn toward home. I glanced back once. A thin moon was shining over Gatsby's house, making the night beautiful again, surviving the laughter and the sounds of his still glowing garden. A sudden emptiness seemed to come from the windows and big doors now, making Gatsby, who stood on the porch with his hand raised in a formal goodbye, look totally alone. The next day, Nick reflects on his life in New York. Reading what I've written, I realize I might have made it seem like those 3 nights, weeks apart were all I thought about. But nah, they were just random moments in a busy summer. Until much later, they took up way less of my time than my own personal stuff. Most of the time, I worked. Early in the morning, the sun would cast my shadow west as I rushed down the streets of lower New York to Probity Trust. I knew the other clerks and young bond salespeople by their first names. We'd have lunch together in dark, crowded restaurants, eating small sausages, mashed potatoes, and coffee. I even had a brief relationship with a girl from Jersey City who worked in accounting, but her brother started giving me dirty looks, so when she went on vacation in July, I just let things end quietly. I usually ate dinner at the Yale Club. For some reason, it was always the most depressing part of my day. After that, I'd go upstairs to the library and study investments for a focused hour. There were usually some loud people around, but they never came into the library, so it was a good place to work. Later, if it was a nice night, I'd walk down Madison Avenue, past the old Murray Hill Hotel, and over 33rd Street to Pennsylvania Station. I started to like New York, especially its exciting, adventurous vibe at night and the satisfaction from watching the endless movement of people and cars. I liked walking up Fifth Avenue, spotting interesting women in the crowd, and imagining that in a few minutes I'd be part of their lives and know 1.M. Old ever know or judge. Sometimes in my mind, I'd follow them to their apartments on hidden streets, and they'd turn and smile back at me before disappearing through a door into warm darkness. In that magical city twilight, I sometimes felt a deep loneliness, and I saw it in others too. Poor young clerks who hung around in front of windows, waiting for their lonely dinner, wasting the most precious moments of night and life. Again, at 8 o'clock, when the dark streets of the 40s were packed with pulsing taxis heading to the theater district, I felt a pang in my ear. People leaned together in the waiting taxis, voices sang, laughter came from unheard jokes, and glowing cigarettes made fuzzy circles inside. Imagining that I, too, was rushing towards fun and sharing their private excitement, I wished them well. For a while, I didn't see Jordan Baker, but then, in midsummer, I ran into her again. At first, I was proud to go places with her because she was a golf champion and everyone knew her name. Then it became something more. I wasn't actually in love, but I felt a gentle curiosity. The bored, proud face she showed the world hid something. Most fake behaviors eventually hide something, even if not at first. One day, I found out what it was. We were at a house party in Warwick, and she left a borrowed car out in the rain with the top down, then lied about it. Suddenly, I remembered the story about her that I couldn't quite recall that night at Daisy's. At her first big golf tournament, there was a scandal that almost made the newspapers. A rumor she had cheated by moving her golf ball from a bad spot in the semi-final round. It almost became a huge scandal, but then it just faded away. A caddy changed his story, and the only other witness admitted he might have been mistaken. That incident and her name stuck together in my mind. Jordan Baker always avoided smart, sharp guys. I realized it was because she felt safer where no one would ever question her behavior. She was always dishonest. She couldn't stand being at a disadvantage, and because of that, I guess she started using tricks when she was really young. This let her keep that cool, confident smile while also doing what she wanted. It didn't bother me. I guess dishonesty in a woman is something you never really get mad about. I was casually sorry, then I forgot. It was at that same house party that we had an interesting talk about driving. It started because she drove so close to some workers that our car fender hit a button on one man's coat. "You're a terrible driver," I protested. "Either you need to be more careful or you shouldn't drive at all."
I am careful.
"No, you're not."
Well, other people are careful.
She said lightly. "What's that got to do with it?"
They'll keep out of my way.
She insisted.
It takes two people to make an accident.
"Suppose you met someone just as careless as you are?"
I hope I never will.
She answered.
I hate careless people. That's why I like you, Loki.
Her gray eyes, used to the sun, stared straight ahead. But she had purposely changed things between us, and for a moment, I thought I loved her. However, I'm a slow thinker and have a lot of internal rules that hold back my desires. I knew I first had to definitely get out of that mess back home. I'd been writing letters once a week, signing them Love, Nick. All I could think about was how, when that particular girl played tennis, a light C had appeared on her upper lip. Still, there was an unclear understanding that I needed to end nicely before I could be truly free. Everyone thinks they have at least one main good quality, and mine is this. I'm one of the few honest people I've ever known. No cap. A new chapter begins, exploring the rumors about Gatsby. On Sunday morning, while church bells rang in the nearby villages, everyone returned to Gatsby's house and sparkled cheerfully on his lawn.
"He's a bootlegger,"
the young lady said, moving between his cocktails and flowers.
"One time he killed a man who found out he was related to some famous German general and also the devil himself. Pass me a rose, honey, and pour me one last drop into that crystal glass."
Once, I wrote down the names of everyone who came to Gatsby's house that summer on the empty spaces of a train schedule. It's an old schedule now, falling apart at the creases, and titled "This Schedule in Effect July 5th, 1922. But I can still read the faded names. They'll give you a better idea than my general descriptions of the people who enjoyed Gatsby's hospitality and paid him the strange compliment of knowing nothing about him. From East Egg came the Chester Beckers and the Leaches, and a man named Bunsen, whom I knew at Yale, and Dr. Webster Civet, who drowned last summer in Maine, and the Hornbeams and the Willie Voltaires and a whole family named Blackbuck, who always gathered in a corner and looked down on everyone who came ear, and the Ismays and the Christies.
Or rather Hubert Auerbach and Mr. Christie's wife.
And Edgar Beaver, whose hair, they say, turned cotton white one winter afternoon for no good reason at all. Clarence Endive was from East Egg, as I remember. He only came once, in white shorts, and got into a fight with a homeless man named Eddie in the garden. From farther out on the island came the Cheadles and the O.R.P. Schraders, and the Stonewall Jackson Abrams of Georgia, and the Fishguards and the Ripley Snells. Snell was there 3 days before he went to prison. He was so drunk on the gravel driveway that Mrs. Ulysses Sweat's car ran over his right hand. The Danceys came too in S.B. Whitebait, who was over 60, and Maurice A. Foink, and the Hammerheads, and Beluga the tobacco importer, and Beluga's girls. From West Egg came the Poles and the Mulreadys and Cecil Roebuck and Cecil Schoen and Gulick, the state senator, and Newton Orchid, who controlled films. Par excellence, and Eichhaust, and Clyde Cohen, and Don S. Schwartz.
The Sun.
And Arthur McCarty, all connected with the movies in some way. And the Catlips and the Bembergs and G. Earl Muldoon, brother to that Muldoon who later killed his wife. Da Fontano, the promoter, came there, and Ed LeGros and James B.
Rotgut.
Ferret and the De Jongs and Ernest Lilly, they came to gamble. When Ferret wandered into the garden, it meant he had lost all his money, and Associated Traction would have to go up in value the next day for him. A man named Klipspringer was there so often that everyone called him the Boarder. I doubt he had any other home. From the theater world, there were Gus Ways and Horace O'Donovan and Lester Meyer and George Duckweed and Francis Bull. Also from New York were the Chromes and the Backhissons and the Denekers and Russell Betty and the Corrigans and the Kelleheers and the Dewars and the Scullys and S. W. Belcher and the Smirks and the young Quinns, who were divorced now, and Henry L. Palmetto, who killed himself by jumping in front of a subway train in Times Square. Benny McClanahan always arrived with 4 girls. They were never quite the same people, but they looked so similar that it always seemed like they had been there before. I've forgotten their names, maybe Jacqueline or Consuela or Gloria or Judy or June, and their last names were either pretty names of flowers and months or the harsher names of rich American business owners whose cousins, if you really pressed them, they'd admit to being. In addition to all these, I remember that Faustina O'Brien came there at least once, and the Baedeker girls, and young Brewer, who had his nose shot faff in the war, and Mr. Albrechtsberger and Miss Hagg, his fiancée, and Ardita Fitzpeters and Mr. P. Jewett, once head of the American Legion, and Miss Claudia Hip, with a man everyone said was her chauffeur, and a prince of something whom we called Duke. His real name, if I ever knew it, I've forgotten. All these people came to Gatsby's house that summer. The next morning, Gatsby picks up Nick for lunch. At 9 o'clock, one morning late in July, Gatsby's amazing car pulled up the bumpy driveway to my door and played a short tune with its 3-note, "Ho! Run!" It was the first time he had visited me, even though I'd been to 2 of his parties, ridden in his seaplane, and, thanks to his urgent invitation, use his beach often.
Good morning, old sport. You're having lunch with me today, and I thought we'd ride up together.
He was balancing on his car's dashboard with that easy, skilled movement that feels so American. I guess it comes from not doing hard physical work when young, and, even more, from the natural grace of our casual, active sport. This quality always showed through his formal behavior as restlessness. He was never completely still. A foot was always tapping somewhere, or a hand impatiently opening and closing. He saw me looking at his car with admiration.
It's pretty, isn't it, old sport?
He jumped off to give me a better view.
Haven't you ever seen it before?
I'd seen it. Everyone had seen it. It was a rich cream color, shiny with nickel, huge in size, and packed with fancy hat boxes, food boxes, and tool boxes. It had many windshields that mirrored a dozen suns. Sitting down behind layers of glass in a green leather cabin, we started towards town. I had talked with him about 6 times in the past month, and to my disappointment, found he didn't have much to say. So my first impression that he was an important but mysterious person had slowly faded. He had simply become the owner of the fancy mansion next door. And then came that weird ride. We hadn't even reached West Egg Village before Gatsby started leaving his fancy sentences unfinished and hesitantly slapping the knee of his caramel-C obeyed suit.
Look here, old sport.
He suddenly burst out.
What's your opinion of me, anyway?
A little overwhelmed, I started giving the vague answers that question deserved.
Well, I'm going to tell you something about my life.
He interrupted.
I don't want you to get the wrong idea about me from all these stories you hear.
So he knew about the weird rumors that were being talked about in his house.
I'll tell you the honest truth.
His right hand suddenly made a gesture like he was swearing to God.
I am the son of some wealthy people in the Middle West, all dead now. I grew up in America but went to Oxford because all my ancestors have been educated there for many years. It's a family tradition. Old sport.
He looked at me out of the corner of his eye, and I knew why Jordan Baker thought he was lying. He rushed the phrase educated at Oxford, or mumbled it like it was hard to say and had bothered him before. With this doubt, his whole story fell apart, and I wondered if there wasn't something a little creepy about him after all. What part of the Middle West? I asked casually.
San Francisco.
I see.
My family all died, and I got a lot of money.
His voice was serious, like the memory of his whole family suddenly dying still haunted him. For a moment, I thought he was joking with me, but a glance at him made me believe him.
After that, I lived like a rich prince in all the major cities of Europe. Paris, Venice, Rome. I collected jewels, mostly rubies, hunted big animals, did a little painting just for myself. I was trying to forget something very sad that happened to me a long time ago.
With an effort, I managed to hold back my disbelieving laughter. His very phrases were so overused they sounded totally fake, like something from a bad movie. I pictured a cartoon guy in a turban falling apart as he chased a tiger through the Bois de Boulogne.
Then came the war. Old sport. It was a huge relief, and I tried really hard to die, but I seemed to have a charmed life. I became a first lieutenant when it started. In the Argonne Forest, I took what was left of my machine gun unit so far forward that there was a half-mile gap on either side of us where the regular our soldiers couldn't advance. We stayed there 2 days and 2 nights, 130 men with 16 Lewis guns. When the soldiers finally caught up, they found the badges of 3 German army groups among the piles of dead. I got promoted to major, and every Allied government gave me an award. Even Montenegro. Little Montenegro down on the Adriatic Sea.
Little Montenegro! He said the words and nodded with that smile. The smile understood Montenegro's tough history and felt for its brave people. It totally got why Montenegro with its big heart would give such an honor. My disbelief turned into fascination now. It was like quickly flipping through a bunch of magazines. He reached into his pocket, and a medal award hanging from a ribbon fell into my palm.
That's the one from Montenegro. Old sport.
To my astonishment, the thing looked authentic. Ordine di Danilo, read the words around the edge. Montenegro, Nicholas Rex.
Turn it.
Major Jay Gatsby for valor extraordinary.
Is another thing I always carry. A souvenir from my Oxford days. It was taken in Trinity Quad. The man on my left is now the Earl of Doncaster.
It was a photograph of about 6 young men in blazers hanging out in an archway. Through it, many church towers were visible. There was Gatsby, looking a little but not much younger, with a cricket bat in his hand. Then it was all true. I pictured tiger skins burning bright in his palace on the Grand Canal. I saw him opening a chest of rubies to ease, with their deep red glow, the pain of his broken heart.
I'm going to ask a big favor of you today,
he said, putting his souvenirs away, looking pleased.
So, I thought you ought to know something about me. I didn't want you to think I was just some nobody. You see, I usually find myself among strangers because I travel around trying to forget the sad things that happened to me.
He hesitated.
You'll hear about it this afternoon.
At lunch?
No, this afternoon. I happened to find out that you're taking Miss Baker to
tea.
Do you mean you're in love with Miss Baker?
No. Old sport, I'm not. But Miss Baker has kindly agreed to speak to you about this matter.
I had no idea what this matter was, but I was more annoyed than interested. I hadn't asked Jordan to tea to talk about Mr. Koch, Jay Gatsby. I was sure his request would be totally crazy, and for a moment I was sorry I'd ever set foot on his super crowded lawn. He wouldn't say another word. His formality grew stronger as we got closer to the city. We passed Port Roosevelt, where I saw large ships with red stripes. We sped along an old, poor street lined with dark, still-open bars from the early 1900s. Then the Valley of Ashes opened up on both sides of us, and I caught a glimpse of Mrs. Wilson working hard at the gas pump, breathing heavily, as we drove by. With fenders wide like wings, we shone light through half of Astoria. Only half, because as we wound through the pillars of the elevated train, I heard the familiar jug-jug spat of a motorcycle and a rushing policeman. N rode alongside us.
All right, old sport,
Gatsby called. We slowed down. Taking a white card from his wallet, he waved it in front of the officer's eyes.
Right you are.
The policeman agreed, tipping his cap.
I'll know you next time, mister. Gatsby. Excuse me.
What was that? I inquired. The picture of Oxford?
I was able to do the police commissioner a favor once, and he sends me a Christmas card every year.
Narrator. I was driving over the Great Bridge, with the sunlight through the bridges.
The day they picked was super rainy. Around 11 a.m., a guy in a raincoat, pulling a lawnmower, tapped on my front door. He said Mr. Gatsby sent him to cut my grass. This made me remember I forgot to call my maid, Finn, back. So I drove to West Egg Village to find her in the wet, white alleys and buy some cups, lemons, and flowers. Turns out the flowers were extra. Around 2 p.m., a whole greenhouse's worth of flowers arrived from Gatsby's with tons of vases. An hour later, the front door opened slowly. Gatsby rushed in, wearing a white suit, silver shirt, and a gold tie. He was pale and had dark circles under his eyes from not sleeping.
Is everything okay?
The grass looks fine, if that's what you mean.
What grass? Oh, the grass in the yard.
He looked out the window, but honestly, it didn't look like he even saw anything.
Yeah, looks good. One of the papers, I think the Journal, said the rain would stop around 4. Do you have everything we need for tea?
I led him to the pantry, where he gave Finn a slightly annoyed look. Together, we checked out the 12 lemon cakes from the deli. Will these work?
Of course, of course. They're great, he added weakly. Old sport.
Around 3:30, the heavy rain turned into a damp mist with light drops. Gatsby stared with empty eyes at a book called Clay's Economics. He kept looking towards the foggy windows and then down at the kitchen floor, which shook with Finn's steps. He seemed to think weird, invisible things were happening outside. Finally, he stood up and told me in a shaky voice he was going home. Why's that?
No one's coming to tea. It's too late.
He checked his watch like he had somewhere super important to be.
I can't wait all day.
Don't be silly. It's only 2 minutes to 4. He sat down looking miserable, like I had just pushed him. Just then, a car engine turned into my lane. We both jumped up. Feeling a bit nervous myself, I went out into the yard. Under the wet, bare lilac trees, a large open car drove up. It stopped. Daisy, wearing a lavender hat, looked out at me with a super happy smile, her face tilted sideways.
Is this really where you live, my dearest?
Her voice was amazing, a wild, refreshing sound in the rain. I just listened for a moment, like it was music, before her words truly hit me. A wet strand of hair was stuck on her cheek like a swipe of blue paint. Her hand was wet with shiny drops as I helped her out of the car.
Are you in love with me? Or why else would I have to come alone?
That's a secret, like from an old book. Tell your driver to go away for an hour.
Come back in an hour, Ferdy.
Then she added quietly.
His name is Ferdy.
Does the gasoline bother his nose?
I don't think so. Why?
We went inside. To my total surprise, the living room was empty. Well, that's weird.
What's weird?
She turned her head, as someone knocked softly but formally at the front door. I went out and opened it. Gatsby was standing there pale as a ghost, his hands deep in his coat pockets like heavy weights. He glared sadly into my eyes, standing in a puddle. His hands still in his pockets, he walked past me into the hall. He turned sharply like he was on a tightrope and vanished into the living room. It wasn't funny at all. My heart was pounding loud as I pulled the door shut against the heavy rain. For about 30 seconds, it was totally silent. Then, from the living room, I heard a quiet, choked sound, a bit of a laugh, and then Daisy's voice, sounding clearly fake.
I'm really, really glad to see you again.
There was a pause that felt awful. I had nothing to do in the hall, so I went into the room. Gatsby, still with his hands in his pockets, was leaning against the fireplace. He was trying to look relaxed, even bored, but it felt forced. His head was leaned so far back it rested on an old broken clock on the mantelpiece. From there, his troubled eyes stared down at Daisy. She sat gracefully but looked scared, on the edge of a stiff chair.
We've met before.
His eyes quickly looked at me, and his lips started to form a laugh. But it didn't happen. Just then, the clock dangerously tipped over from his head. He quickly grabbed it with shaky fingers and put it back. Then he sat down stiffly, his elbow on the sofa arm and his chin in his hand.
I'm sorry about the clock.
My face felt super hot and red. I couldn't think of anything normal to say, even with 1,000 thoughts in my head. It's an old clock, I said, sounding dumb. I think for a second we all thought it had crashed to the floor.
We haven't met for many years.
5 years is November.
Gatsby's quick automatic answer made us all silent for another minute. I was about to make them help me with tea in the kitchen when Finn, moving super fast, brought it in on a tray. With all the cups and cakes creating a nice distraction, things felt a bit more normal. Gatsby moved into a shadow. While Daisy and I talked, he watched us carefully, his eyes tense and sad. But since just being calm wasn't the goal, I found the first chance to make an excuse and stood up.
Where are you going?
I'll be back.
I need to talk to you about something before you leave.
He followed me wildly into the kitchen, closed the door, and whispered in a miserable way,
Oh, God.
What's wrong?
This is a huge mistake.
He shook his head.
A terrible, terrible mistake.
You're just embarrassed, that's all. And luckily I added, Daisy's embarrassed too.
She's embarrassed?
Just as much as you are.
Don't talk so loud.
You're acting like a little kid. Not only that, but you're being rude. Daisy's sitting in there all alone. He raised a hand to stop me, looked at me with a look I won't forget, and then carefully opened the door. He went back into the other room. I walked out the back way, just like Gatsby had when he nervously walked around the house earlier. I ran to a huge black twisted tree whose thick leaves protected me from the rain. It was pouring again. My uneven lawn, nicely trimmed by Gatsby's gardener, had lots of small muddy spots and old wet areas. From under the tree, there was nothing to see but Gatsby's huge house. So I stared at it like someone in a deep thought staring at a church tower for half an hour. A beer maker had built it 10 years ago during a trend for certain styles. There was a story he'd offered to pay 5 years of taxes for nearby houses if their owners would use straw for their roofs. Maybe they said no, and that killed his plan to start a family. He quickly got worse after that. His kids sold the house with the black wreath still on the door. Americans, even if they liked the idea of a simple life, never wanted to be seen as peasants. After half an hour, the sun came out again. The grocery car drove up Gatsby's driveway with food for his servants' dinner. I was sure Gatsby wouldn't eat any of it. A maid started opening the top windows of his house, showing up briefly in each one. Then, she leaned out from a big window in the middle and slowly spat into the garden. It was time for me to go back. When the rain was falling, their voices had sounded like a soft hum, getting a bit louder with strong feelings sometimes. But in the new quiet, I felt like the house inside had also gone silent. I went back inside. I made all the noise I could in the kitchen, short of knocking over the stove, but I don't think they heard a thing. They were sitting at opposite ends of the couch, staring at each other. It was like a question had been asked, or was hanging in the air. All their awkwardness was gone. Daisy's face was streaked with tears. When I walked in, she jumped up and started wiping her face with a handkerchief in front of a mirror. But Gatsby had changed in a way that just blew my mind. He was literally glowing. Without a word or any big show of happiness, a new good feeling came from him and filled the small room. It was giving major happy vibes.
Oh, hey there, old sport,
he said, like he hadn't seen me in years. For a second, I thought he was going to shake my hand. It stopped raining.
Has it?
When he realized I meant sunlight was sparkling in the room, he smiled like a weatherman, like he was super happy about the sun coming back. He told Daisy the news again.
What do you think of that? It stopped raining.
I'm glad, Jay.
Her voice, full of a deep, beautiful sadness, now only showed her sudden joy.
I want you and Daisy to come to my house. I'd like to show her around.
You sure you want me to come?
Absolutely, old sport.
Daisy went upstairs to wash her face. I suddenly felt embarrassed about my towels, thinking it was too late. Gatsby and I waited on the lawn.
My house looks good, right? Check out how the whole front catches the light.
I agreed it was amazing.
Yeah.
His eyes scanned the house, every curved door and square tower.
It only took me 3 years to make the money to buy it.
I thought you inherited your money.
I did, old sport,
he said without thinking.
But I lost most of it in the big crisis, the war crisis.
I don't think he even knew what he was saying. When I asked him what his job was, he replied,
"That's my business,"
before realizing it wasn't a good answer.
Oh, I've been in a few different things. I was in the drug business, then the oil business, but I'm not in either now.
He looked at me more closely.
Do you mean you've been thinking about what I suggested the other night?
Before I could answer, Daisy came out of the house. 2 rows of brass buttons on her dress shone in the sunlight.
That huge place there?
She cried, pointing.
Do you like it?
I love it. But I don't get how you live there all alone.
It's always full of interesting people, day and night. People who do cool stuff. Famous people.
Instead of taking the shortcut by the sound, we went down to the road and came in through the big back gate. Daisy made sweet, soft sounds, admiring the grand, old-style outline of the house against the sky. She loved the gardens, the fresh smell of flowers like jonquils, hawthorn, plum blossoms, and kiss me at the gate. It felt strange to reach the marb. What steps, and not see any fancy dresses coming or going, or hear anything but birds in the trees. Inside, as we walked through rooms named after Marie Antoinette and Restoration salons, I felt like there were hidden guests everywhere, like they were ordered to be super quiet until we passed. When Gatsby closed the door to the Merton College library, I almost swore I heard the owl-eyed man let out a ghostly laugh. We went upstairs. We passed through old-style bedrooms wrapped in rose and lavender silk, bright with fresh flowers. Then dressing rooms, pool rooms, and bathrooms with sunken tubs. We even walked into one room where a messy-haired man in pajamas was doing exercises on the floor. It was Mr. Bang. Klipspringer, the boarder. I had seen him walking around the beach, looking hungry that morning. Finally, we reached Gatsby's own apartment. A bedroom, a bathroom, and a study with a classic design. We sat down and drank some green liquor, chartreuse, that he took from a cupboard in the wall. He hadn't stopped looking at Daisy once. I think he was rethinking the value of everything in his house based on how much her beloved eyes reacted to it. Sometimes, he just stared at his things in a dazed way. It was like with her actually there, looking amazing. None of it felt real anymore. At one point, he almost fell down the stairs. His bedroom was the simplest room except for the dresser. It had a pure, dull gold vanity set. Daisy picked up the brush happily and smoothed her hair. Then Gatsby sat down, covered his eyes, and started to laugh.
It's the funniest thing, old sport. I can't, when I try to...
He had clearly gone through 2 emotional stages and was now entering a third. First, he was embarrassed, then overjoyed for no clear reason. Now, he was full of pure wonder that she was actually there. He had held this idea for so long, dreamed about it perfectly, waited with incredible intensity. Now, after the big moment, he was winding down like an over-tightened clock. After a minute, he pulled himself together. He opened 2 huge fancy cabinets for us. Inside were piles of his suits, robes, ties, and shirts stacked a dozen high like bricks.
I have a guy in England who buys my clothes. He sends me a bunch of stuff at the start of every season, spring and fall.
He took out a stack of shirts and started throwing them, one by one, in front of us. There were shirts of thin linen, thick silk, and fine flannel. They lost their creases as they fell, covering the table in a colorful mess. As we admired them, he brought more, and the soft, rich pile grew higher. Shirts with stripes, patterns, and plaids in coral, apple green, lavender, and light orange, with dark blue letters on them. Suddenly, with a choked sound, Daisy buried her face in the shirts and started crying hard.
They're such beautiful shirts,
she sobbed, her voice muffled in the thick fabric.
It makes me sad because I've never seen such beautiful shirts before.
After seeing the house, we were supposed to see the grounds, the pool, the seaplane, and the summer flowers. But it started raining again outside Gatsby's window. So we just stood in a line, looking at the wavy surface of the Sound.
If it wasn't for the mist, we could see your home across the bay. You always have a green light burning all night at the end of your dock.
Daisy quickly linked her arm through his, but he seemed lost in thought about what he'd just said. Maybe it hit him that the huge meaning of that light was now gone forever. Compared to the big distance that had kept him and Daisy apart, that light had felt so close, almost like touching her. It felt as near as a star to the moon. Now, it was just a green light on a dock again. One last magical thing in his life. I started walking around the room looking at different unclear objects in the dim light. A large photo of an older man in a sailing outfit caught my eye. It hung on the wall over his desk. Who's this?
That's Mr. Dan Cody, Old Sport.
The name sounded a little familiar.
He's dead now. He used to be my best friend years ago.
On the dresser was a small picture of Gatsby, also in a sailing outfit. His head was tilted back, like he was challenging someone. He looked about 18. Daisy exclaimed excitedly.
I love it. The pompadour. You never told me you had a pompadour or a yacht.
Look at this.
Gatsby said quickly.
Here are a lot of news articles about you.
They stood side by side, looking at them. I was about to ask to see some rubies when the phone rang. Gatsby picked it up.
Yes, well, I can't talk now. I can't talk now, Old Sport. I said, a small town. He should know what a small town is. If Detroit is his idea of a small town, he's useless to us.
He hung up the phone.
Come here quick.
She cried from the window. The rain was still falling, but the dark clouds had split in the west. There was a huge, foamy, pink and golden cloud over the sea.
Look at that,
she whispered. After a moment, she added,
I'd like to just grab one of those pink clouds, put you in it, and push you around.
I tried to leave then, but they wouldn't let me. Maybe having me there made them feel more comfortably private.
I know what we'll do. We'll have Klipspringer play the piano.
He left the room calling Ewing. He came back a few minutes later with an embarrassed, slightly tired young man. He had round glasses and thin blonde hair. He was now properly dressed in a sports shirt, open at the neck, sneakers, and light-colored pants.
Did we stop your exercises?
Daisy asked politely.
I was asleep.
Mister? Klipspringer cried, looking super embarrassed.
I mean, I had been asleep. Then I got up.
Klipspringer plays the piano,
Gatsby said, cutting him off.
Don't you, Ewing? Old Sport?
I don't play well. I barely play at all. I'm totally out of prac.
We'll go downstairs.
Gatsby interrupted. He flipped a switch. The dim windows seemed to disappear as the house lit up brightly. In the music room, Gatsby turned on a single lamp by the piano. He lit Daisy's cigarette with a shaky match. Then he sat with her on a couch far across the room. The only light there was the glow from the hall bouncing off the shiny floor. After Klipspringer played The Love Nest, he turned on the piano bench and looked unhappily for Gatsby in the dim light.
I'm totally out of practice. You see, I told you I couldn't play. I'm all out of prac.
Don't talk so much, Old Sport.
Gatsby ordered.
Play.
In the morning, in the evening, ain't we got fun?
Outside, the wind was loud, and soft thunder rolled across the sound. All the lights in West Egg were coming on now. Electric trains packed with people were rushing home through the rain from New York. It was a time of huge human change, and excitement was building in the air.
One thing's sure, and nothing's sure. The rich get richer, and the poor get children. In the meantime, in between time.
As I went to say goodbye, I saw a confused look return to Gatsby's face. It was like he suddenly doubted how truly happy he was right now. Almost 5 years! There must have been moments, even that afternoon, when Daisy didn't quite live up to his dreams. Not because of her, but because his grand illusion was so powerful. It had grown bigger than her, bigger than everything. He had poured all his creative energy into it, adding to it constantly, decorating it with every bright idea he had. No amount of real charm or newness can ever compare to what a man can imagine and hold in his heart. As I watched him, he shifted slightly, clearly aware of himself again. His hand took hers. As she whispered something in his ear, he turned to her, filled with emotion. I think her voice captivated him most. It's changing. Eager warmth couldn't be outdreamed. That voice was like an endless song. They had forgotten about me. But Daisy looked up and held out her hand. Gatsby didn't seem to see me at all now. I looked at them one last time, and they looked back at me, distant, lost in their own intense moment. Then I walked out of the room, down the marble steps, and into the rain, leaving them there together. Around this time, an ambitious young reporter from New York showed up at Gatsby's door one morning. He asked Gatsby if he had anything to say.
Anything to say? About what?
Gatsby asked politely.
Well, any public statement.
After a confusing 5 minutes, it turned out the guy had heard Gatsby's name at his office. He wouldn't say why, or maybe he didn't fully understand it himself. It was his day off, and with impressive drive, he had rushed out to see. It was a long shot, but the reporter's gut feeling was right. Gatsby's fame had grown all summer, spread by the hundreds who came to his parties and then acted like experts on his past. He was almost famous enough to be actual news. Modern rumors, like him having an underground pipeline to Canada, stuck to him. One persistent story even said he didn't live in a house at all, but in a boat disguised as a house that moved secretly along the Long Island shore. Why these made-up stories pleased James Gatz from North Dakota is hard to say. James Gatz, that was his real name, or at least his legal one. He changed it when he was 17. It was the exact moment his new life began, when he saw Dan Cody's yacht drop anchor over a tricky hidden sandbar on Lake Superior. That afternoon, James Gatz was chilling on the beach in a torn green shirt and canvas pants. But it was already Jay Gatsby who borrowed a rowboat, paddled out to the Tuolumne, and told Cody a strong wind could hit him and destroy his boat in H. Alphenauer. I guess he'd had the name ready for a long time, even back then. His parents were lazy, poor farm people. His imagination never really accepted them as his parents. The truth was, Jay Gatsby of West Egg, Long Island, came from his perfect idea of himself. He was a son of God, a phrase that means exactly what it says, and he had to do his father's work, serving a huge, flashy, and fake kind of beauty. So he created the exact type of Jay Gatsby a 17-year-old boy would dream up, and he stayed true to that dream until the very end. For over a year, he had worked hard along the south shore of Lake Superior. He dug for clams, fished for salmon, or did whatever he could to get food and a place to sleep. His tanned, muscular body easily handled the tough but sometimes slow work of those fresh days. He met women early, and because they gave him too much attention, he started to look down on them. He saw young, innocent girls as clueless, and other women as dramatic about things he, being so self-focused, just took for granted. But his heart was always restless, full of wild thoughts. The strangest, most unbelievable ideas filled his mind at night in bed. A world of incredible flashiness played out in his head while the clock ticked on the sink. The moonlight bathed his messy clothes on the floor in a wet glow. Every night, he added to these daydreams until he fell asleep in the middle of a vivid scene. For a while, these dreams gave his imagination an escape. They were a good hint that what people called real wasn't really real at all. They promised that the world was built on something as delicate as a fairy's wing. A feeling that he was meant for greatness had led him months earlier to St. Olaf's, a small Lutheran college in southern Minnesota. He stayed only 2 weeks. He was upset by how little the college cared about his big future, about fate itself. He hated the janitor's work he had to do to pay for school. So he went back to Lake Superior. He was still looking for something to do the day Dan Cody's yacht dropped anchor in the shallow waters near the shore. Cody was 50 then. He had made his money from the silver mines in Nevada, the Yukon Gold Rush, and every metal rush since 1875. His copper deals in Montana made him super rich. He was strong and healthy, but almost losing his mind. Knowing this, countless women tried to take his money. The not-so-nice ways Ella Kay, a newspaper woman, used his weakness to her advantage, acting like a powerful mistress and sending him to sea on a yak. HT were common gossip in the exaggerated newspapers of 1902. He had been sailing around very welcoming places for 5 years when he showed up as James Gatz's fate in Little Girl Bay. For young Gatz, resting on his oars and looking up at the fancy deck, that yacht was everything beautiful and glamorous in the world. I bet he smiled at Cody. He had likely figured out that people liked him when he smiled. Anyway, Cody asked her a few questions,
one of which got him to reveal his brand new name.
Cody saw that Gatz was smart and super ambitious. A few days later, Cody took him to Duluth and bought him a blue coat, 6 pairs of white pants, and a sailing cap. When the Tuolumne sailed for the West Indies and the Barbary Coast, Gatsby went with it. He was hired for an unclear personal role. While with Cody, he was a steward, mate, skipper, secretary, and even a jailer. Sober Dan Cody knew what wild things drunk Dan Cody might do, and he trusted Gatsby more and more to handle those situations. This setup lasted 5 years, during which the boat sailed around the continent 3 times. It might have lasted forever, but Ella Kay came aboard one night in Boston. A week later, Dan Cody died suddenly. I remember his portrait in Gatsby's bedroom, a red-faced man with a tough, blank look. He was an early wild spender who, at one point in American history, brought the rough energy of frontier bars to the East Coast. It was because of Cody that Gatsby drank so little. Sometimes at lively parties, women would rub champagne into his hair. But he himself got used to not drinking alcohol. He inherited money from Cody, a legacy of $25,000, but he never dotted. He never understood the legal trick used against him. All the millions left went straight to Ella Kay. Gatsby was left with a unique kind of education from Cody. The unclear outline of Jay Gatsby had now become a real solid person. Gatsby told me all this much later, but I'm putting it here now to clear up those wild early rumors about his past, which weren't true at all. He also told me when I was super confused, believing everything and nothing about him. So I'm using this break in the story, while Gatsby, in a way, took a breath to clear up these wrong ideas. It was also a break in my involvement with his life. For several weeks, I didn't see him or hear from him. I was mostly in New York hanging out with Jordan and trying to get on her old aunt's good side. But finally, one Sunday afternoon, I went to his house. I had barely been there 2 minutes when someone brought Tom Buchanan in for a drink. I was surprised, of course. But the really shocking part was that it hadn't happened sooner. 3 people rode up on horses, Tom, a man named Sloan, and a pretty woman in a brown riding outfit who had been there before.
I'm so happy to see you,
Gatsby said, standing on his porch.
I'm delighted you dropped by.
Like they cared.
Sit right down. Have a cigarette? Or a cigar?
He walked around the room quickly, ringing bells for servants.
I'll get you something to drink in just a minute.
Gatsby was deeply bothered that Tom was there. He would feel anxious anyway until he had offered them something, vaguely sensing that's all they really came for. Mister? Sloan didn't want anything. Lemonade? No thanks. A little champagne? Nothing at all, thanks. Gatsby said sorry.
Did you have a nice ride?
The roads around here are very good.
I guess the cars...
Yeah.
Moved by a strong impulse, Gatsby turned to Tom, who had acted like they were strangers when introduced.
I think we've met somewhere before, Mr. Buchanan.
Oh, yes,
Tom said, being rough but polite, clearly not remembering. He was high-key fumbling the vibe check here. NGL.
So we did. I remember very well.
About 2 weeks ago.
That's right. You were with Nick here.
I know your wife.
Gatsby continued, almost aggressively.
Oh, really?
Tom turned to me.
You live nearby, Nick?
Next door.
Oh, really?
Mister? Sloan didn't join the talk. He just leaned back proudly in his chair. The woman also stayed quiet until, after 2 drinks, she suddenly became friendly.
We'll all come to your next party, Mr. Gatsby. What do you think?
Certainly, I'd be happy to have you.
That'd be very nice.
Mr. Even? Sloan said, without sounding grateful.
Well, I think we should start heading home.
Please don't rush.
Gatsby urged them. He had composed himself now, and he wanted to keep Tom around.
Why don't you all stay for dinner? I wouldn't be surprised if some other people from New York dropped by.
You come to dinner with me. Both of you.
This included me. Mr. Pott, Sloan stood up.
Come along,
he said, but only to her.
I mean it,
she insisted.
I'd love to have you. Lots of room.
Gatsby looked at me, questioning. He wanted to go, but didn't realize Sloan had decided he shouldn't. I'm afraid I won't be able to.
Well, you come,
she urged, focusing on Gatsby. Mister? Sloan whispered something in her ear.
We won't be late if we leave now,
she insisted aloud.
I don't have a horse. I used to ride in the army, but I've never bought one. I'll have to follow you in my car. Excuse me for a minute.
The rest of us went out onto the porch. Sloan and the woman started an intense private conversation.
My God, I think the guy's actually coming. Doesn't he know she doesn't want him?
She says she does want him.
She's having a big dinner party, and he won't know anyone there.
He frowned.
I wonder where the heck he met Daisy. Honestly, I might be old-fashioned, but women go around too much these days for my liking. They meet all kinds of weirdos.
Suddenly, Mister? Sloan and the woman walked down the steps and got on their horses.
Come on.
Mister? Sloan said to Tom.
We are late. We have to go.
Then to me.
Tell him we couldn't wait, okay?
Tom and I shook hands. The rest of us gave a quick, cool nod. They quickly rode down the driveway, disappearing under the August trees just as Gatsby came out the front door, hat and light coat in hand. Tom was clearly bothered by Daisy going around alone, because the next Saturday night, he came with her to Gatsby's party. Maybe his presence made the evening feel weirdly heavy. It sticks out in my memory from Gatsby's other parties that summer. There were the same people, or at least the same kind of people. The same endless champagne, the same loud, colorful chaos. But I felt a strange unpleasantness in the air, a harshness that hadn't been there before. Or maybe I had just gotten used to it, grown to accept West Egg as its own complete world, with its own rules and important people. It felt like nothing else because it didn't even know it was unique. And now I was seeing it again, through Daisy's eyes. It's always sad to see familiar things through new eyes, especially after you've worked so hard to get used to them yourself. They arrived at dusk. As we walked among the hundreds of sparkling guests, Daisy's voice made soft, playful sounds in her throat.
These things excite me so,
she whispered.
If you want to kiss me tonight, Nick, just let me know and I'll make it happen for you. Just say my name. Or show a green card. I'm handing out green tea.
Look around,
Gatsby suggested.
I'm looking around. I'm having a marvelous...
You must see a lot of people you've heard about.
Tom's proud eyes scanned the crowd.
We don't go out much. In fact, I was just thinking I don't know a single person here.
Perhaps you know that lady.
Gatsby pointed to a stunning woman. She looked almost too perfect, like a beautiful flower sitting elegantly under a white plum tree. Tom and Daisy stared. It was that strange, unreal feeling you get when you recognize a famous movie star you've only seen in pictures.
She's lovely.
The man leaning over her is her director.
Gatsby formally led them from one group to another.
Mrs. Buchanan and Mr. Buchanan.
After a short pause, he added.
The polo player.
Oh no,
Tom quickly protested.
Not me.
But Gatsby seemed to like the sound of it, because Tom was called the polo player for the rest of the night.
I've never met so many famous people. I liked that man. What was his name? With the kind of blue nose.
Gatsby told her his name, adding he was a minor film producer.
Well, I liked him anyway.
I'd rather not be the polo player,
Tom said nicely.
I'd rather just watch all these famous people in peace.
Daisy and Gatsby danced. I remember being surprised by his smooth, old-fashioned foxtrot. I'd never seen him dance. Then they strolled to my house and sat on the steps for half an hour. Daisy asked me to stay in the garden and keep watch, in case there's a fire or a flood, she explained, or anything else wild happens. Tom showed up from wherever he'd been as we sat down for supper. He said to us,
Do you mind if I eat with some people over here? A guy's telling some funny stories.
Go ahead,
Daisy answered kindly.
And if you want to write down any addresses, here's my little gold pencil.
She looked around after a moment and told me the girl was basic but cute. I knew that except for the half hour she'd been alone with Gatsby, she was. And having a good time? We were at a super tipsy table. That was on me. Gatsby had been called to the phone. And I'd actually enjoyed these same people just 2 weeks before. But what was fun then now felt gross and wrong.
How are you feeling, Miss Baedeker?
The girl they spoke to was trying, but failing, to lean against my shoulder. At this question, she sat up and opened her eyes.
Who?
A large, slow woman who had been trying to get Daisy to play golf with her tomorrow spoke up for Miss Baedeker.
Oh, she's fine now. When she's had 5 or 6 cocktails, she always starts screaming like that. I tell her she should lay off the drinks.
I do lay off them,
the accused girl said weakly.
We heard you yelling, so I told Doc Civet here. Someone needs your help, Doc.
She's super grateful, I'm sure.
Said another friend, not sounding thankful at all.
But you got her dress all wet when you put her head in the pool.
Anything I hate is getting my head stuck in a pool.
Miss Baedeker mumbled.
They almost drowned me once in New Jersey.
Then you should leave it alone,
Dr. Civet countered.
Speak for yourself,
cried Miss Baedeker violently.
Your hand shakes. I wouldn't let you operate on me.
It was like that. One of the last things I remember was standing with Daisy and watching the movie director and his star actress. They were still under the white plum tree. Their faces were touching, with only a thin, pale moonbeam between them. It hit me that he had been slowly leaning towards her all evening to get this close. Even as I watched, I saw him lean in one last bit and kiss her cheek.
I like her. I think she's lovely.
But everything else bothered her, and it was clearly because it wasn't just a simple action, but a deep feeling. Westegg shocked her. This wild place that Broadway had created out of a Long Island fishing village. Its raw energy which clashed with polite old ways and the too obvious destiny that pushed its people on a fast track from nowhere to nowhere. She saw something terrible in the very simplicity she couldn't grasp. I sat on the front steps with them as they waited for their car. It was dark out front. Only the bright doorway sent a square of light out into the soft black morning. Sometimes a shadow moved behind an upstairs window blind, then another, a long line of shadows putting on makeup in an unseen mirror.
Who is this Gatsby anyway?
Tom suddenly demanded.
Some big bootlegger?
Where'd you hear that? I asked.
I didn't hear it. I just figured it out. A lot of these new rich people are just big bootleggers, you know.
Not Gatsby, I said quickly. He was quiet for a moment. The small stones of the driveway crunched under his feet.
Well, he must have worked super hard to get all these strange people together.
A breeze rustled the gray fur of Daisy's collar.
At least they're more interesting than the people we know,
she said with an effort.
You didn't look that interested.
Well, I was.
Tom laughed and turned to me.
Did you see Daisy's face when that girl asked her to go under a cold shower?
Daisy started singing softly with the music in a low, rhythmic whisper. She gave each word a meaning and never had before, and never would again. When the song went higher, her voice sweetly followed it, like deep female voices do. With each change, a little of her warm human charm filled the air.
Lots of people come who haven't been invited,
she said suddenly.
That girl hadn't been invited. They just crashed the party, and he's too polite to say no.
I'd like to know who he is and what he does,
Tom insisted.
And I think I'll make sure to find out.
I can tell you right now,
she answered.
He owns some drugstores, a lot of them. He built them up himself.
The slow-moving limousine rolled up the driveway.
Good night, Nick.
Her eyes left me and looked towards the bright top of the steps. From there, 3 o'clock in the morning, a sweet, sad waltz from that year floated out the open door. After all, even in the casual vibe of Gatsby's party, there were romantic chances totally missing from her own life. What was it about that song that seemed to call her back inside? What would happen now in the dark, unpredictable hours? Maybe some amazing guest would arrive, a super rare person to be wowed by. Some truly glowing young girl who, with one fresh look at Gatsby, one magical moment, would erase those 5 years of constant love. I stayed late that night. Gatsby asked me to wait until he was free. I lingered in the garden until the swimming party, which I knew would happen, ran up from the dark beach, cold but excited. And I stayed until the lights in the guest rooms upstairs went out. When he finally came down the steps, his tanned skin looked unusually tight on his face, and his eyes were bright and tired.
She didn't like it.
He said right away. Of course she did.
She didn't like it,
he insisted.
She didn't have a good time.
He was silent, and I could guess his deep sadness. He was low-key down bad.
I feel far away from her. It's hard to make her understand.
You mean about the dance?
The dance?
He dismissed all his parties with a snap of his fingers.
Old sport, the dance is not important.
He wanted Daisy to do just one thing. Go to Tom and say, I never loved you. Once she erased 4 years with that sentence, they could figure out the next steps. One idea was that after she was free, they'd go back to Louisville and get married from her house, just like 5 years ago.
And she doesn't understand. She used to be able to understand. We'd sit for hours.
He stopped talking and started walking up and down a lonely path covered with fruit peels, throwed-away party favors, and crushed flowers. I wouldn't ask too much of her. You can't repeat the past.
Can't repeat the past?
He cried, disbelief clear in his voice.
Why, of course you can.
He looked around wildly, as if the past was hiding in the shadow of his house, just out of his reach.
I'm going to make everything exactly how it was before,
he said, nodding firmly.
She'll see.
He talked a lot about the past. I realized he wanted to get something back, maybe an idea of himself that he'd lost while loving Daisy. His life had been messy and confusing since then, but if he could just go back to a certain starting point and relive it all slowly, he might figure out what that thing was. 5 years earlier, on an autumn night, they had been walking down the street as the leaves fell. They came to a place with no trees, and the sidewalk was bright with moonlight. They stopped and faced each other. It was a cool night with that mysterious excitement that comes with the change of seasons. The soft lights from the houses hummed out into the darkness, and the stars seemed to be buzzing with activity. Out of the corner of his eye, Gatsby saw the sidewalk blocks looked like a ladder. It led to a secret place above the trees. He could climb to it if he went alone. And once there, he could drink from the pure essence of life, gulp down the amazing milk of wonder. His heart beat faster as Daisy's pale face came close to his. He knew that if he kissed her and tied his unspeakable dreams to her fleeting life, his mind would never be as free and limitless as God's again. So he waited, listening a moment longer to the perfect sound, like a tuning fork struck on a star. Then he kissed her. The moment his lips touched hers, she bloomed for him like a flower, and his dream of her was fully real. Through everything he said, even his terrible sentimentality, I was reminded of something. An unclear rhythm, a piece of lost words I had heard somewhere a long time ago. For a moment, a phrase tried to form in my mouth. My lips parted like someone who couldn't speak, as if something more than just air was struggling to get out. But they made no sound. And what I had almost remembered was now lost forever. When everyone was most curious about Gatsby, the lights in his house didn't come on one Saturday night. And just as mysteriously as it began, his time as the party king was over. Slowly, I noticed that cars turning into his driveway would stay for only a minute, then drive away looking annoyed. Wondering if he was sick, I went to check. A new butler with a mean-looking face squinted at me suspiciously from the door. "Is Mr. Gatsby sick?"
Nope.
After a pause, he added "sir" in a slow, unwilling way. I hadn't seen him around, and I was pretty worried. "Tell him Mr. Caraway stopped by."
Who?
He demanded rudely. "Caraway."
Caraway. All right, I'll tell him.
He slammed the door shut. My maid Finn told me Gatsby had fired all his servants a week ago. He replaced them with about 6 new ones who never went to West Egg Village to be paid off by local shopkeepers. Instead, they ordered average supplies by phone. The grocery delivery boy said the kitchen looked like a pigsty. The general feeling in the village was that these new people weren't servants at all. The next day, Gatsby called me. "Going away?" I asked.
No, old sport.
"I hear you fired all your servants."
I wanted someone who wouldn't gossip. Daisy comes over pretty often in the afternoons.
So his whole grand lifestyle had crashed like a house of cards just because Daisy didn't like it. He said they were people Wolfsheim wanted to help. They were all siblings and used to run a small hotel. I see. He was calling because Daisy asked him to. Would I come to lunch at her house tomorrow? Miss Baker would be there. Half an hour later, Daisy herself called and seemed relieved I was coming. Something was definitely up. But I couldn't believe they would pick this moment for a big drama, especially the intense scene Gatsby had described in the garden. The next day was scorching hot, almost the last, and definitely the warmest of the summer. As my train came out of the tunnel into the sun, only the loud whistles from the National Biscuit Company broke the quiet midday heat. The straw seats in the train car felt like they were about to catch fire. The woman next to me sweat lightly into her white blouse for a bit. Then, as her newspaper got damp under her fingers, she gave up, sighing sadly into the deep heat. Her purse dropped to the floor.
"Oh my,"
she gasped. I bent down slowly and handed it back to her. I held it far away by the very tips to show I wasn't interested in her money. But everyone nearby, including the woman, still looked at me suspiciously.
Hot.
Said the conductor to people he knew.
Crazy weather. Hot. 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 Is it hot enough for you? Is it hot? Is it?
My train ticket came back to me with a dark stain from his hand. In this heat, who cared whose flushed lips he kissed, whose head made damp the pajama pocket over his heart? A light breeze blew through the hall of the Buchanan's house. It carried the sound of the phone ringing out to Gatsby and me as we waited at the door.
The master's body?
The butler roared into the phone.
I'm sorry, madam, but we can't provide that. It's way too hot to touch this afternoon.
What he actually said was,
Yes. Yes. I'll check.
He hung up the phone and walked towards us, slightly sweaty, to take our stiff straw hats.
Madam is waiting for you in the living room.
He yelled, pointing even though it wasn't needed. In this heat, every extra move felt like an attack on everyone's energy. The room, well shaded by awnings, was dark and cool. Daisy and Jordan lay on a huge couch. They looked like silver statues, their white dresses held down by the gentle breeze from the fans.
"We can't move."
"We can't move,"
they said together. Jordan's fingers, powdered white over her tan, rested in mine for a moment. "And Miss Thomas Buchanan, the athlete?" I asked. At the same time, I heard his rough, muffled, deep voice from the hall phone. Gatsby stood in the middle of the red carpet, looking around with fascinated eyes. Daisy watched him and laughed her sweet, exciting laugh. A tiny puff of powder rose from her chest into the air.
"The rumor is,"
Jordan whispered.
That's Tom's side chick on the phone.
We were silent. The voice in the hall got louder with annoyance.
Fine then. I won't sell you the car at all. I don't owe you anything. And you bothering me about it during lunch, I won't put up with that.
He's just holding down the phone button.
Daisy said cynically. No, he's not, I assured her. It's a real deal. I actually know about it. Tom threw open the door, his thick body blocking the doorway for a second, and hurried into the room.
Mr. Gatsby.
He held out his wide, flat hand, hiding his dislike well.
I'm glad to see you, sir. Nick grinned.
Make us a cold drink,
cried Daisy. As he left the room again, she got up and walked to Gatsby. She pulled his face down and kissed him on the mouth.
You know I love you,
she murmured.
You forgot there's a lady present.
Daisy looked around, unsure.
You kiss Nick too.
What a low, trashy girl.
I don't care,
cried Daisy, and started tap dancing on the brick fireplace. Then she remembered the heat and sat down guiltily on the couch. Just then, a clean nurse leading a little girl came into the room.
Blessed precious,
she sang softly, holding out her arms.
come to your own mother that loves you.
The nurse let go of the child. She rushed across the room and shyly buried her face in her mother's dress.
The blessed precious. Did Mommy get powder on your old yellowish hair? Stand up now and say, how do you do?
Gatsby and I, one after the other, bent down and took the child's small, unwilling hand. Afterward, he kept looking at the child with surprise. I don't think he had ever truly believed she existed before.
I got dressed before lunch,
said the child, turning excitedly to Daisy.
That's because your mother wanted to show you off.
Her face leaned into the small wrinkle on the child's tiny white neck.
You're a dream, you absolute little dream.
Yes,
the child admitted calmly.
Aunt Jordan is wearing a white dress too.
How do you like Mommy's friends?
Daisy turned around so she faced Gatsby.
Do you think they're pretty?
Where's Daddy?
She doesn't look like her father,
Daisy explained.
She looks like me. She has my hair and face shape.
Daisy sat back on the couch. The nurse stepped forward and held out her hand.
Come, Pammy.
Goodbye, sweetheart.
With a quick, unwilling look back, the well-behaved child held the nurse's hand and was led out the door. Just then, Tom came back, carrying 4 gin rickeys clinking with ice. Gatsby picked up his drink.
They definitely look cool,
he said with clear tension. We drank in long, eager sips.
I read somewhere that the sun is getting hotter every year,
Tom said cheerfully.
It seems like soon the earth is going to fall into the sun. Or wait a minute, it's the opposite. The sun's getting colder every year. Come outside,
he suggested to Gatsby.
I'd like you to see the place.
I went with them out to the porch. On the green sound, still and hot, one small sailboat slowly moved towards the cooler sea. Gatsby's eyes followed it for a moment. He raised his hand and pointed across the bay.
I'm right across from you.
So you are.
Our eyes looked over the rose gardens, the hot lawn, and the messy weeds along the shore. Slowly, the white sails of the boat moved against the clear blue sky. Ahead lay the curving ocean and many beautiful islands.
Now that's a good time for you,
Tom said, nodding.
I'd like to be out there with him for about an hour.
We had lunch in the dining room, also darkened to keep out the heat. We drank cold beer, trying to force some cheerful energy.
What will we do with ourselves this afternoon? And the day after that? And the next 30 years?
Don't be so gloomy. Life starts fresh when it gets cool in the fall.
But it's so hot,
insisted Daisy, almost crying.
And everything's so messed up. Let's all go to town.
Her voice pushed through the heat, fighting it, shaping its nonsense into words.
I've heard of turning a stable into a garage,
Tom was saying to Gatsby.
But I'm the first guy who ever turned a garage into a stable.
Who wants to go to town?
Daisy asked firmly. Gatsby's eyes drifted towards her.
Huh,
she cried.
You look so cool.
Their eyes met. They stared at each other, alone in that space. With an effort, she glanced down at the table.
You always look so cool,
she repeated. She had just told him she loved him and Tom Buchanan saw it. He was shocked. His mouth opened a little. He looked at Gatsby, then back at Daisy, like he had just realized who she was after a long time.
You look like that ad for the man,
she went on innocently.
You know the ad for the man.
All right,
Tom interrupted quickly.
I'm totally fine with going to town. Come on, we're all going to town.
He stood up, his eyes still darting between Gatsby and his wife. No one moved.
Come on.
His anger broke through a little.
What's the problem anyway? If we're going to town, let's go.
His hand, shaking with the effort to control himself, brought the last of his beer to his lips. Daisy's voice got us all to stand up and walk out onto the hot gravel driveway.
Are we just going to leave? Like this? Aren't we going to let anyone smoke a cigarette first?
Everyone smoked all through lunch.
Oh, let's just have fun.
She begged him.
It's too hot to fight.
He didn't answer.
Have it your way. Come on, Jordan.
They went upstairs to get ready while we three men stood there, kicking the hot stones with our feet. A silver sliver of the moon was already hanging in the western sky. Gatsby started to speak, then changed his mind. But not before Tom spun around and faced him, waiting.
Do you have your horse stables here?
Gatsby asked with effort.
About a quarter mile down the road.
Oh.
A pause.
I don't get why we need to go to town.
Tom burst out fiercely.
Women just get these crazy ideas in their heads.
Shall we take anything to drink?
Called Daisy from an upstairs window.
I'll get some whiskey,
answered Tom. He went inside. Gatsby turned to me stiffly.
I can't say anything in his house, old sport.
She's got a voice that gives away too much. I remarked. It's full of... I hesitated.
Her voice is full of money,
he said suddenly. That was it. I'd never understood it before. It was full of money. That was the endless charm that came and went in her voice. The sound of coins, like the song of cymbals. High in a white palace, the king's daughter, the golden girl, Tom came out of the house wrapping a large bottle in a towel. Daisy and Jordan followed, wearing small, tight, shiny hats and light capes over their arms.
Shall we all go in my car?
Gatsby suggested. He felt the hot green leather of the seat.
I should have parked it in the shade.
Is it a manual shift?
Tom demanded.
Yes.
Well, you take my coupe and let me drive your car to town.
Gatsby didn't like that idea at all.
I don't think there's much gas.
He objected.
Plenty of gas,
said Tom loudly. He looked at the fuel gauge.
And if it runs out, I can stop at a drugstore. You can buy anything at a drugstore these days.
A pause followed this seemingly random comment. Daisy frowned at Tom. An expression crossed Gatsby's face that I couldn't quite place, both new and strangely familiar, like something I'd only heard talked about.
Come on, Daisy,
said Tom, urging her with his hand towards Gatsby's car.
I'll take you in this flashy car.
He opened the door, but she stepped out from his arm.
You take Nick and Jordan. We'll follow you in the coupe.
She walked close to Gatsby, touching his coat with her hand. Jordan, Tom, and I got into the front seat of Gatsby's car. Tom tried the unfamiliar gears carefully, and we sped off into the heavy heat, leaving them out of sight behind us.
Did you see that?
Tom demanded. See? What? He looked at me sharply, realizing Jordan and I must have known the whole time.
You think I'm pretty stupid, right? Maybe I am, but sometimes I have almost a sixth sense that tells me what to do. Maybe you don't believe that, but science...
He paused. The urgent situation at hand made him stop, pulling him back from his deep thoughts.
I've done a small investigation into this guy.
He continued.
I could have dug deeper if I'd known.
Do you mean you went to a psychic?
Jordan asked playfully.
What?
Confused, he stared at us as we laughed.
A psychic?
About Gatsby.
About Gatsby. No, I haven't. I said I'd been doing a small investigation of his past.
And you found he was an Oxford man.
Jordan said helpfully.
An Oxford man?
He couldn't believe it.
No way. He wears a pink suit.
Still, he's an Oxford man.
Oxford, New Mexico.
Tom scoffed with disgust.
Or something like that.
Listen, Tom, if you're such a snob, why did you invite him to lunch?
Jordan demanded angrily.
Daisy invited him. She knew him before we were married. Who knows where?
We were all getting irritable now, with the beer wearing off. Knowing this, we drove in silence for a while. Then, as Dr. T. J. Eckelberg's faded billboard eyes appeared down the road, I remember Gatsby's warning about the gas.
We've got enough gas to get us to town.
But there's a garage right here,
Jordan argued.
I don't want to get stuck in the scorching heat.
Tom slammed on both brakes impatiently. We slid to a sudden, dusty stop under Wilson's sign. After a moment, the owner came out of his shop and stared at the car with empty eyes.
Let's get some gas,
Tom yelled roughly.
What do you think we stopped for to look at the scenery?
I'm sick,
said Wilson, not moving.
Been sick all day.
What's wrong?
I'm totally worn out.
Well, should I just help myself?
Tom demanded.
You sounded fine on the phone.
With effort, Wilson left the shade of the doorway. Breathing heavily, he unscrewed the gas cap. In the sunlight, his face looked green.
I didn't mean to bother your lunch, but I really need money, and I was wondering what you were going to do with your old car.
How do you like this one?
Tom asked.
I bought it last week.
It's a nice yellow one,
said Wilson, struggling with the handle.
Want to buy it?
Fat chance.
Wilson smiled faintly.
No, but I could make some money on the other one.
What do you suddenly need money for?
I've been here too long. I want to leave. My wife and I want to go west.
Your wife does,
exclaimed Tom, startled.
She's been talking about it for 10 years.
He leaned against the pump for a moment, shading his eyes.
And now she's going, whether she wants to or not. I'm getting her out of here.
The coupe zoomed past us in a cloud of dust with a quick wave of a hand.
What do I owe you?
Tom demanded sharply.
I just found out something messed up the last 2 days.
Wilson remarked.
That's why I want to leave. That's why I've been bugging you about the car.
What do I owe you?
$1.20.
The endless pounding heat was starting to confuse me. I had a rough moment before I realized his suspicions hadn't landed on Tom yet. He had figured out that Myrtle had a secret life apart from him, and the shock had made him physically ill. I stared at him, then at Tom, who had found out something similar less than an hour earlier. It hit me that there was no deeper difference between men in smarts or background than the difference between the sick and the well. Wilson was so sick he looked guilty, unforgivably guilty, like he had just gotten some poor girl pregnant.
I'll let you have that car. I'll send it over tomorrow afternoon.
That area always felt a bit unsettling, even in the bright afternoon sun. Now, I turned my head like I'd been warned about something behind me. Above the ash piles, the huge eyes of Dr. T. Jay? Eckelberg kept watching. But after a moment, I saw other eyes watching us with strange intensity from less than 20 feet away. In one of the windows above the garage, the curtains were pulled back a little. Myrtle Wilson was peering down at the car. She was so focused she didn't even realize she was being watched. One emotion after another slowly showed on her face, like elements appearing in a developing photograph. Her expression was oddly familiar. It was a look I had often seen on women's faces, but on Myrtle Wilson's face it made no sense until I realized her eyes, wide with jealous terror, were fixed not on Tom, but on Jordan Baker, who she thought was Tom's wife. There's no confusion like that of a simple mind. As we drove away, Tom was feeling waves of panic. His wife and his mistress, who had felt safe and untouchable an hour ago, were quickly slipping out of his control. His instinct made him press the gas pedal, wanting to catch up to Daisy and leave Wilson behind. We sped towards Astoria at 50 miles an hour until, among the thin metal beams of the elevated train, we saw the laid-back blue coupe.
Those big movies around 50th Street are cool,
Jordan suggested.
I love New York on summer afternoons when everyone's gone. There's something really appealing about it. Like it's almost too much, as if all kinds of interesting things are just going to fall into your lap.
The word appealing made Tom even more uncomfortable. But before he could complain, the coupe stopped, and Daisy signaled us to pull up next to them.
Where are we going?
She cried.
How about the movies?
It's so hot.
She complained.
You go. We'll just drive round and meet you later.
With some effort, her cleverness showed through a little.
We meet you on some corner. I'll be the man smoking 2 cigarettes.
We can't argue about it here,
Tom said impatiently, as a truck blared its horn angrily behind us.
You follow me to the south side of Central Park, in front of the Plaza Hotel.
Several times, he turned his head and looked back for their car. If traffic slowed them down, he'd slow down too until he could see them again. I think he was scared they would dart down a side street and disappear from his life forever. But they didn't. And we all took the strange step of renting a parlor in a suite at the Plaza Hotel. The long, messy argument that led us into that hot room is a bit blurry now, but I clearly remember how uncomfortable I felt. My underwear kept riding up my legs like a damp snake, and sweat ran cool down my back. The whole idea started with Daisy suggesting we rent 5 bathrooms and take cold baths. Then it became a plan to find a place for mint juleps. We all kept saying it was a crazy idea, talking over each other to a confused clerk. We thought, or pretended to think, it was really funny. The room was large and muggy. Even though it was already 4 o'clock, opening the windows only brought in hot air from the park trees. Daisy walked to the mirror, her back to us, and fixed her hair.
This is a low-key nice suite.
Everyone laughed.
Open another window.
She didn't turn around.
There aren't any more.
One of them replied.
Well, we should probably call for an axe then.
The best thing to do is just forget about the heat. You're making it 10 times worse by complaining about it.
He sounded impatient. Tom took the whiskey bottle out of the towel and placed it on the table.
Why not leave her alone, old sport? You're the one who wanted to come to town.
There was a moment of quiet. The telephone book slipped from its hook and fell to the floor with a thud. Jordan whispered, "Excuse me," but this time, nobody laughed. "I'll pick it up."
I got it.
Gatsby looked at the broken string, made an interested sound, and then tossed the book onto a chair.
That's a wild expression you have, isn't it?
What is?
All this old sports stuff. Where did you even pick that up?
Now hold on, Tom. If you're going to make personal comments, I'm leaving right now.
She turned around from the mirror.
Call up and order some ice for the mint julep.
As Tom picked up the phone, the heavy heat seemed to explode with sound. We could hear the loud wedding music from Mendelssohn's Wedding March drifting up from the ballroom downstairs.
Imagine getting married in this heat. That's just wild.
Still, I got married in the middle of June. In Louisville, someone fainted. Who was it that fainted, Tom?
Biloxi,
he answered quickly.
A guy named Biloxi. Biloxi, and he made boxes, that's a fact, and he was from Biloxi, Tennessee.
They carried him into my house because we lived just 2 doors from the church, and he stayed for 3 weeks until Daddy told him he had to get out. The day after he left, Daddy died.
After a moment, she added, as if she didn't want to sound rude.
There wasn't any connection, though.
I used to know a Bill Biloxi from Memphis.
That was his cousin. I knew his whole family's story before he left. He gave me an aluminum putter that I still use today.
The music had quieted down as the wedding ceremony started. Now, a long cheer floated in through the window, followed by shouts of "Yeah!" and then a burst of jazz as the dancing began.
We're getting old. If we were young, we'd jump up and dance.
Remember Biloxi. Where did you know him, Tom?
Biloxi?
He tried hard to remember.
I didn't know him. He was a friend of Daisy's.
He was not. I'd never seen him before. He came down in the private car.
Well, he said he knew you. He said he grew up in Louisville. Asa Bird brought him around at the last minute and asked if we had room for him.
Jordan smiled.
He was probably trying to hitch a ride home. He told me he was president of your class at Yale.
Tom and I looked at each other, confused.
Biloxi? First of all, we didn't even have a president.
Gatsby's foot tapped a quick, restless rhythm. Tom suddenly looked at him.
By the way, Mr. Fond, Gatsby, I heard you're an Oxford man.
Not exactly.
Oh, yes, I totally heard you went to Oxford.
Yes, I went there.
There was a pause. Then Tom's voice came, full of disbelief and insult.
You must have gone there around the same time Biloxi went to New Haven.
Another pause. A waiter knocked and came in with crushed mint and ice. But his quiet thank you and the soft closing of the door didn't break the silence. This huge mystery was finally about to be solved.
I told you I went there.
I heard you, but I want to know when.
It was in 1919. I only stayed 5 months. That's why I can't really call myself an Oxford man.
Tom glanced around to see if we were as disbelieving as he was, but we were all just staring at Gatsby.
It was an opportunity they gave to some officers after the war ended. We could go to any university in England or France.
I wanted to get up and pat him on the back. I felt that complete trust in him again, just like before. Daisy got up, smiling faintly, and walked to the table.
Open the whiskey, Tom, and I'll make you a mint julep. Then you won't seem so dumb to yourself. Look at the mint.
Wait a minute,
he snapped.
I want to ask Mr. Gatsby one more question.
Go on,
he said politely.
What kind of trouble are you trying to cause in my house anyway?
Finally, everything was out in the open, and Gatsby seemed content.
He isn't causing trouble. You're causing trouble.
She looked desperately from Tom to Gatsby.
Please, have a little self-control.
Self-control,
Tom repeated, full of disbelief.
I guess the latest thing is to just sit back and let some random nobody make love to your wife. Well, if that's the idea, you can count me out. Nowadays, people start by making fun of family life and traditions, and next they'll throw everything away and have mixed marriages.
He was red-faced from his passionate nonsense. He saw himself standing alone, protecting civilization.
We're all white here,
she murmured.
I know I'm not very popular. I don't throw huge parties. I guess you have to turn your house into a dump to have any friends in this modern world.
As angry as I was, as we all were, I almost laughed every time he opened his mouth. He had completely changed from a wild playboy to a proper hypocrite.
I've got something to tell you, old sport.
But Daisy guessed what he was going to say.
Please don't.
She interrupted helplessly.
Please, let's all just go home. Why don't we all go home?
That's a good idea. I stood up. Come on, Tom. Nobody wants a drink.
I want to know what Mr. P. Gatsby has to tell me.
Your wife doesn't love you. She's never loved you. She loves me.
You must be crazy.
Tom automatically yelled. Gatsby leaped to his feet, glowing with excitement.
She never loved you. Do you hear? She only married you because I was poor. And she was tired of waiting for me. It was a terrible mistake, but in her heart, she never loved anyone except me.
At this point, Jordan and I tried to leave, but Tom and Gatsby insisted, with competitive stubbornness, that we stay. It was as if neither of them had anything to hide, and it would be a privilege to experience their emotions with them.
Sit down, Daisy. What's been going on? I want to hear all about it.
Tom's voice tried and failed to sound like a father.
I told you what's been going on. It's been going on for 5 years, and you didn't even know.
Tom turned sharply to Daisy.
You've been seeing this guy for 5 years?
Not seeing. No, we couldn't meet. But both of us loved each other that whole time, old sport, and you didn't know. I used to laugh sometimes to think that you didn't know.
There was no laughter in his eyes.
Oh, that's all.
Tom tapped his thick fingers together like a preacher and leaned back in his chair.
You're crazy. I can't talk about what happened 5 years ago because I didn't even know Daisy then. And I'll be damned if I see how you got anywhere near her unless you were delivering groceries to the back door. But all the rest of that is a damn lie. Daisy loved me when she married me, and she loves me now.
No.
Gatsby shook his head.
She does, though. The problem is that sometimes she gets silly ideas in her head and doesn't know what she's doing.
He nodded wisely.
And what's more, I love Daisy too. Once in a while I go off and act like a fool, but I always come back, and in my heart, I love her all the time.
You're disgusting.
She turned to me, her voice dropping an octave lower, filling the room with thrilling scorn.
Do you know why we left Chicago? I'm surprised they didn't tell you the story of that little adventure.
Gatsby walked over and stood beside her.
Daisy, that's all over now. It doesn't matter anymore. Just tell him the truth, that you never loved him, and it's all erased forever.
She looked at him blankly.
Why? How could I possibly love him?
You never loved him.
She hesitated. Her eyes fell on Jordan and me with a look of appeal, as though she finally realized what she was doing, and as though she had never intended to do anything at all. But it was done now. It was too late.
I never loved him.
She said it with noticeable reluctance.
Not at Capiolani?
Tom demanded suddenly.
No.
From the ballroom below, muffled, heavy music floated up on hot waves of air.
Not that day I carried you down from the punch bowl to keep your shoes dry? Daisy?
There was a rough tenderness in his voice.
Please don't.
Her voice was cold, but the bitterness was gone. She looked at Gatsby.
There, Jay.
But her hand was trembling as she tried to light a cigarette. Suddenly, she threw the cigarette and the burning match onto the carpet.
Oh, you want too much,
she cried to Gatsby.
I love you now. Isn't that enough? I can't help what's past.
She began to sob helplessly.
I did love him once, but I loved you too.
Gatsby's eyes opened and closed.
You loved me too?
He repeated.
Even that's a lie. She didn't know you were alive. Why, there are things between Daisy and me that you'll never know. Things that neither of us can ever forget.
The words seemed to physically hurt Gatsby.
I want to speak to Daisy alone. She's all excited now.
Even alone, I can't say I never loved Tom. It wouldn't be true,
she admitted in a pitiful voice.
Of course it wouldn't.
Tom agreed. She turned to her husband.
As if it mattered to you.
Of course it matters. I'm going to take better care of you from now on.
You don't understand. You're not going to take care of her anymore,
he said with a touch of panic.
I'm not? Why's that?
Tom opened his eyes wide and laughed. He could afford to control himself now.
Daisy's leaving you.
Nonsense.
I am, though,
she said with visible effort.
She's not leaving me. Certainly not for some lowlife con artist who'd have to steal the ring he put on her finger.
Tom's words suddenly leaned down over Gatsby.
I won't stand this. Oh, please let's get out,
she cried.
Who are you, anyway? You're one of that crew who hangs around with Meyer Wolfsheim. I happen to know that much. I've done a little digging into your business, and I'll keep going tomorrow.
Tom burst out.
You can do what you want about that, old sport,
Gatsby said steadily.
I found out what your drugstores actually were.
He turned to us and spoke quickly.
He and this Wolfsheim bought up a bunch of small drugstores here and in Chicago and sold grain alcohol illegally. That's one of his tricks. I figured him for a bootlegger the first time I saw him, and I wasn't far wrong.
What about it? I guess your friend Walter Chase wasn't too proud to get involved.
Gatsby said politely.
And you left him in a bind, didn't you? You let him go to jail for a month in New Jersey. God, you should hear Walter talk about you.
He came to us totally broke. He was pretty happy to make some money, old sport.
Don't you call me old sport,
Tom cried. Gatsby said nothing.
Walter could also get you in trouble over gambling laws, but Wolfsheim scared him into keeping quiet.
That familiar yet strange look returned to Gatsby's face.
That drugstore business was just small stuff. But you've got something going on now that Walter is too scared to tell me about.
Tom continued slowly. I glanced at Daisy, who was staring terrified between Gatsby and her husband. Then at Jordan, who had started balancing an invisible but important object on her chin. Then I turned back to Gatsby, and his expression shocked me. He looked, and I say this with total scorn for all the rumors from his parties, as if he had killed a man. For a moment, his face looked exactly that. Terrifying? The look passed, and he began to talk excitedly to Daisy, denying everything, defending himself against accusations that hadn't even been made. But with every word, she retreated further into herself. So he gave up, and only the dead dream kept fighting as the afternoon faded. It tried to touch what was no longer real, struggling unhappily, yet without despair, toward that lost voice across the room. Daisy's voice begged again to leave.
Please, Tom. I can't stand this anymore.
Her frightened eyes showed that whatever courage or plans she had were definitely gone.
You two head home, Daisy, in Mr. Gatsby's car.
She looked at Tom, now alarmed, but he insisted with a proud, scornful tone.
Go on. He won't bother you. I think he realizes his arrogant little flirtation is over.
They were gone, without a word, vanished, made accidental, isolated, like ghosts, even from our pity. After a moment, Tom got up and started wrapping the unopened whiskey bottle in the towel.
Want any of this stuff? Jordan? Nick?
I didn't answer.
Nick?
He asked again. What?
Want any?
No. I just remembered that today is my birthday. I was 30. Before me stretched the serious, scary road of a new decade. It was 7 o'clock when we got into the coupe with Tom and started for Long Island. Tom talked non-stop, celebrating and laughing. But his voice felt as distant to Jordan and me as the sounds from the street or the overhead train. Human sympathy has its limits. We were content to let all their tragic arguments disappear with the city lights behind us. 30. The promise of a decade of loneliness. A shrinking list of single men to know, less enthusiasm, thinning hair. But Jordan was beside me. Unlike Daisy, she was too smart to carry old, forgotten dreams from age to age. As we drove over the dark bridge, her pale face gently rested against my coat's shoulder, and the overwhelming feeling of turning 30 faded with the comforting pressure of her hand. So we drove on toward death through the cooling twilight. Meanwhile, a young Greek man named Michaelis ran the coffee shop next to the ash heaps. He became the main witness at the investigation. He had slept through the heat until after 5. When he walked over to the garage, he found George Wilson really sick in his office, pale as his own pale hair and shaking all over. Michaelis told him to go to bed, but Wilson refused. He said he'd lose a lot of business if he did. While his neighbor tried to convince him, a loud noise broke out upstairs.
I've got my wife locked in up there.
Wilson explained calmly.
She's going to stay there until the day after tomorrow. Then we're going to move away.
Michaelis was shocked. They had been neighbors for 4 years, and Wilson had never seemed capable of saying something like that. Usually, he was one of those worn-out men. When he wasn't working, he sat in a chair in the doorway, staring at the people and cars passing by. If anyone spoke to him, he always laughed in a pleasant, quiet way. He was his wife's man, not his own. So Michaelis naturally tried to find out what had happened. But Wilson wouldn't say a word. Instead, he started giving Michaelis strange, suspicious looks and asking him what he'd been doing at specific times on specific days. Just as Michaelis was starting to feel uncomfortable, some workers passed the door, heading for his restaurant. Michaelis used the chance to get away, planning to come back later. But he didn't. He supposed he just forgot. When he came outside again, a little after 7, he remembered the conversation because he heard Mrs. Wilson's voice. It was loud and scolding, coming from downstairs in the garage.
Beat me. Throw me down and beat me, you dirty little coward.
He heard her cry. A moment later, she rushed out into the dusk, waving her hands and shouting. Before he could even move from his door, it was all over. The death car, as the newspapers called it, didn't stop. It came out of the growing darkness, wobbled terribly for a moment, and then disappeared around the next bend. Michaelis wasn't even sure of its color. He told the first policeman it was light green. The other car, the one heading toward New York, stopped 100 yards away. Its driver hurried back to where Myrtle Wilson, her life violently ended, knelt in the road. Her thick, dark blood mixed with the dust. Michaelis and this man reached her first. But when they ripped open her shirt, still damp with sweat, they saw that her left breast was hanging loose like a flap. There was no need to listen for a heartbeat. Her mouth was wide open and slightly torn at the corners, as if she had choked a little while letting go of the immense life force she had held onto F. Or so long. We saw the 3 or 4 cars in the crowd while we were still some distance away.
Wreck. That's good. Wilson will finally get some business.
He slowed down, but still didn't intend to stop. As we got closer, the quiet, serious faces of the people at the garage door made him automatically hit the brakes.
We'll take a look. Just a look.
He sounded doubtful. I now heard a hollow, wailing sound coming non-stop from the garage. As we got out of the coupe and walked toward the door, I realized the sound was, "Oh my God," repeated over and over in a gasping moan.
There's some serious trouble here,
Tom said excitedly. He stood on his tiptoes and peered over a circle of heads into the garage. It was only lit by a yellow light in a hanging metal basket. Then he made a harsh sound in his throat and powerfully pushed his way through with a violent movement of his strong arms. The circle closed up again with a murmuring protest. It was a minute before I could see anything at all. Then new arrivals broke the line, and Jordan and I were suddenly pushed inside. Myrtle Wilson's body, wrapped in a blanket and then another blanket as if she was cold on the hot night, lay on a work table by the wall. Tom, his back to us, was bent over it, motionless. Next to him stood a motorcycle policeman, writing down names in a small book, sweating and making corrections. At first, I couldn't find the source of the high, groaning words echoing loudly through the bare garage. Then I saw Wilson. He was standing on the raised step of his office, swaying back and forth, holding onto the doorposts with both hands. Some man was talking to him in a low voice, trying to put a hand on his shoulder from time to time. But Wilson neither heard nor saw. His eyes slowly dropped from the swinging light to the table by the wall, then sharply looked back at the light again. He constantly let out his high, horrible cry.
Oh, my Geod. Oh, my Geod. Oh, Geod. Oh, my Geod.
Soon, Tom sharply lifted his head. After staring around the garage with glassy eyes, he mumbled something unclear to the policeman.
M-A-V-O.
No, R-M-A-V-R-O.
The man corrected.
Listen to me,
Tom muttered fiercely.
R-O-G.
He looked up as Tom's broad hand sharply fell on his shoulder.
What do you want, fella?
What happened? That's what I want to know.
Car hit her. Killed instantly.
Instantly killed,
Tom repeated, staring.
She ran out into the road. The driver didn't even stop his car.
There were 2 cars, one coming, one going. See?
Going where?
The officer asked sharply.
One going each way. Well, she.
His hand rose toward the blankets, but stopped halfway and fell to his side.
She ran out there, and the one coming from New York hit her right away, going 30 or 40 miles an hour.
What's the name of this place here?
The officer demanded.
It hasn't got any name.
A pale, well-dressed black man stepped closer.
It was a yellow car. A big yellow car. New.
See the accident?
The policeman asked.
No, but the car passed me down the road, going faster than 40. Going 50, 60.
Come here and let's get your name. Watch out now. I want to get his name.
Some of this conversation must have reached Wilson, who was swaying in the office doorway. Suddenly, a new idea found its way into his broken cries.
You don't have to tell me what kind of car it was. I know what kind of car it was.
Watching Tom, I saw the muscle knot behind his shoulder under his coat. He walked quickly over to Wilson and, standing in front of him, firmly grabbed his upper arms.
You've got to pull yourself together,
he said with soothing gruffness. Wilson's eyes fell upon Tom. He stood up on his tiptoes and would have collapsed to his knees if Tom hadn't held him upright.
Listen, I just got here a minute ago from New York. I was bringing you that car we've been talking about. That yellow car I was driving this afternoon wasn't mine, do you hear? I haven't seen it all afternoon.
Tom shook him a little. Only the black man and I were close enough to hear what he said. But the policeman caught something in his tone and looked over with a hostile stare.
What's all that?
He demanded.
I'm a friend of his. He says he knows the car that did it. It was a yellow car.
Tom turned his head but kept his hands firm on Wilson's body. Some vague feeling made the policeman look suspiciously at Tom.
And what color's your car?
It's a blue car. A coupe.
We've come straight from New York. Someone who had been driving a little behind us confirmed this, and the policeman turned away.
Now, if you'll give me that name again, correctly.
Picking up Wilson like a doll, Tom carried him into the office, set him down in a chair, and came back.
If somebody will come here and sit with him,
he snapped authoritatively. He watched while the two men standing closest glanced at each other and went unwillingly into the room. Then Tom shut the door on them and came down the single step, his eyes avoiding the table. As he passed close to me, he whispered,
"Let's get out."
Self-consciously, with his commanding arms clearing a path, we pushed through the still-growing crowd. We passed a hurried doctor, case in hand, who had been called for with wild hope half an hour ago. Tom drove slowly until we were past the bend. Then his foot pressed down hard, and the coupe sped through the night. In a little while, I heard a low, rough sob and saw tears streaming down his face.
"The damn coward! He didn't even stop his car,"
he whimpered. The Buchanan's house suddenly appeared before us through the dark, rustling trees. Tom stopped beside the porch and looked up at the second floor, where two windows glowed with light among the vines.
"Daisy's home."
As we got out of the car, he glanced at me and frowned slightly.
"I should have dropped you in West Egg, Nick. There's nothing we can do tonight."
He seemed changed. He spoke seriously and with decision. As we walked across the moonlight-lit gravel to the porch, he quickly laid out the situation.
"I'll call for a taxi to take you home. While you're waiting, you and Jordan better go into the kitchen and have them get you some supper, if you want any."
He opened the door.
"Come in."
"No, thanks. But I'd be glad if you'd order me the taxi. I'll wait outside." Jordan put her hand on my arm.
"Won't you come in, Nick?"
"No, thanks. I was feeling a little sick and wanted to be alone." But Jordan lingered for a moment longer.
"It's only 9:30.
I refused to go in. I had enough of all of them for one day, and suddenly, that included Jordan too. She must have seen something of this in my expression, for she turned abruptly away and ran up the porch steps into the house. I sat down for a few minutes with my head in my hands until I heard the phone being picked up inside and the butler's voice calling a taxi. Then I walked slowly down the driveway, away from the house, intending to wait by the gate. I hadn't gone 20 yards when I heard my name, and Gatsby stepped from between two bushes onto the path. I must have felt pretty strange by that time because I could only think of how bright his pink suit looked under the moon. "What are you doing?" I asked.
"Just standing here, old sport."
Somehow that seemed like a worthless thing to do. For all I knew, he was going to rob the house in a moment. I wouldn't have been surprised to see sinister faces, the faces of Wolfsheim's people, behind him in the dark bushes.
"Did you see any trouble on the road?"
he asked after a minute. "Yes." He hesitated.
"Was she killed?"
"Yes."
"I thought so. I told Daisy I thought so. It's better that the shock should all come at once. She handled it pretty well."
He spoke as if Daisy's reaction was the only thing that mattered.
"I got to West Egg by a side road and left the car in my garage. I don't think anyone saw us, but, of course, I can't be sure."
He went on. By this time, I disliked him so much that I didn't feel it was necessary to tell him he was wrong.
"Who was the woman?"
he asked. "Her name was Wilson. Her husband owns the garage." "How the heck did it happen?"
"Well, I tried to turn the wheel."
He stopped, and suddenly I guessed the truth. Was Daisy driving?
"Yes, but, of course, I'll say I was,"
he said after a moment.
"You see, when we left New York, she was very nervous and she thought driving would calm her down. And this woman rushed out at us just as we were passing a car coming the other way. It all happened in a minute, but it seemed to me that she wanted to speak to us. Thought we were someone she knew. Well, first Daisy turned away from the woman toward the other car, and then she panicked and turned back. The second my hand reached the wheel, I felt the impact. It must have killed her instantly."
"It ripped her open?"
"Don't tell me, old sport."
He winced.
"Anyway, Daisy sped up. I tried to make her stop, but she couldn't, so I pulled the emergency brake. And then she fell over into my lap, and I kept driving. She'll be okay tomorrow. I'm just going to wait here and see if he tries to bother her about that unpleasantness this afternoon. She's locked herself into her room, and if he tries any brutality, she's going to turn the light out and on again,"
he said presently. "He won't touch her. He's not thinking about her."
"I don't trust him, old sport."
"How long are you going to wait?"
"All night, if necessary. Anyway, until they all go to bed."
A new thought came to me. What if Tom found out that Daisy had been driving? He might think he saw some connection in it. He might think anything. I looked at the house. There were 2 or 3 bright windows downstairs and the pink glow from Daisy's room on the ground floor. You wait here. I'll see if there's any sign of trouble. I walked back along the edge of the lawn, softly crossed the gravel, and tiptoed up the veranda steps. The living room curtains were open, and I saw that the room was empty. Crossing the porch where we had eaten dinner that June night 3 months before, I came to a small rectangle of light, which I guessed was the pantry. Window. The blind was drawn, but I found a small gap at the bottom. Daisy and Tom were sitting opposite each other at the kitchen table. A plate of cold fried chicken and 2 bottles of ale sat between them. He was talking intensely across the table to her, and in his earnestness, his hand had fallen upon and covered hers. Once in a while, she looked up at him and nodded in agreement. They weren't happy, and neither of them had touched the chicken or the ale, yet they weren't unhappy either. There was an unmistakable sense of natural closeness about the scene, and anyone would have said they were conspiring together. As I tiptoed from the porch, I heard my taxi making its way along the dark road toward the house. Gatsby was waiting where I had left him in the driveway.
Is it all quiet up there?
He asked anxiously. Yes, it's all quiet. I hesitated. You'd better come home and get some sleep. He shook his head.
I want to wait here until Daisy goes to bed. Good night, old sport.
He put his hands in his coat pockets and eagerly turned back to watching the house, as if my presence ruined the sacredness of his vigil. So I walked away and left him standing there in the moonlight watching over nothing. I couldn't sleep all night. A foghorn groaned constantly on the sound, and I tossed and turned, half sick between strange reality and wild, scary dreams. Toward dawn, I heard a taxi go up Gatsby's driveway. I immediately jumped out of bed and started to get dressed. I felt like I had something to tell him, something to warn him about, and morning would be too late. Crossing his lawn, I saw that his front door was still open. He was leaning against a table in the hall, heavy with sadness or sleep.
Nothing happened. I waited, and around 4 o'clock she came to the window and stood there for a minute, then turned out the light.
He said weakly. His house had never seemed so huge to me as it did that night when we searched through the great rooms for cigarettes. We pushed aside curtains that were like big tents and felt along endless feet of dark wall for light switches. Once, I stumbled with a sort of splash onto the keys of a silent piano. There was an unbelievable amount of dust everywhere, and the room smelled stale as if they hadn't been aired for days. I found the cigar box on an unfamiliar table with 2 old dry cigarettes inside. Throwing open the French windows of the living room, we sat smoking out into the darkness. You should go away. It's pretty certain they'll trace your car.
Go away now, old sport.
Go to Atlantic City for a week, or up to Montreal. He wouldn't even think about it. He couldn't possibly leave Daisy until he knew what she was going to do. He was clinging to some last hope, and I couldn't bring myself to make him let go. It was this night that he told me the strange story of his youth with Dan Cody. He told it to me because Jay Gatsby had shattered like glass against Tom's harsh meanness, and his long, secret, grand dream was over. I think he would have admitted anything now without holding back. But he wanted to talk about Daisy. She was the first nice girl he had ever known. In various secret roles, he had met such people, but always with an invisible, thorny barrier between them. He found her incredibly attractive. He went to her house, first with other officers from Camp Taylor, then alone. It amazed him. He had never been in such a beautiful house before. But what gave it an air of intense excitement was that Daisy lived there. It was as normal to her as his tent at camp was to him. There was a rich mystery about it, a hint of bedrooms upstairs, more beautiful and cool than others, of cheerful, bright activities happening through its hallways, and of romances that weren't old and put away, but fresh and alive, smelling of this yay. Ours, shiny cars, and dances where the flowers were barely withered. It also excited him that many men had already loved Daisy. It made her seem even more valuable in his eyes. He felt their presence all around the house, filling the air with the shades and echoes of still vibrant emotions. But he knew that being in Daisy's house was a huge accident. No matter how great his future as Jay Gatsby might be, he was currently a penniless young man without a past. At any moment, the invisible cloak of his uniform might slip from his shoulders, so he made the most of his time. He took what he could get, greedily and without morals. Eventually, he took Daisy one quiet October night. He took her because he had no real right to even touch her hand. He might have hated himself, for he had certainly taken her under false pretenses. I don't mean that he pretended to have millions, but he had purposely given Daisy a sense of security. He let her believe that he was from the same social class as her, that he was fully able to take care of her. In reality, he had no such stability. He had no supportive family behind him, and he could be sent anywhere in the world by the unpredictable government. But he didn't hate himself, and things didn't turn out as he had imagined. He had probably intended to take what he could and leave. But now he found that he was committed to pursuing a holy grail. He knew that Daisy was special, but he didn't realize just how special a nice girl could be. She disappeared into her rich house, into her rich, full life, leaving Gatsby nothing. He felt married to her, that was all. When they met again, 2 days later, it was Gatsby who was breathless, who felt, in a way, betrayed. Her porch glowed with the expensive luxury of fake starlight. The wicker of the couch squeaked stylishly as she turned toward him, and he kissed her curious and lovely mouth. She had caught a cold, and it made her voice huskier and more charming than ever. Gatsby was overwhelmingly aware of the youth and mystery that wealth traps and preserves, of the freshness of many clothes, and of Daisy, shining like silver, safe and proud about the hard struggles of the poor.
I can't even describe how surprised I was to find out I loved her, old sport. I even hoped for a while that she'd dump me, but she didn't, because she was in love with me too. She thought I knew a lot because I knew different things than her. Well, there I was, totally off track from my ambitions, falling deeper in love every minute. And suddenly I didn't care. What was the point of doing great things if I could have a better time telling her what I was going to do?
On the last afternoon before he went abroad, he sat with Daisy in his arms for a long, quiet time. It was a cold fall day with a fire in the room and her cheeks flushed. Every now and then, she moved and he shifted his arm a little. Once, he kissed her dark, shiny hair. The afternoon had made them calm for a while, as if to give them a deep memory for the long separation the next day promised. They had never been closer in their month of love nor understood each other more deeply than when she brushed silent lips against his coat shoulder, or when he gently touched the tips of her fingers as though she were asleep. He did incredibly well in the war. He was a captain before he went to the front lines. After the Argonne battles, he became a major and commanded the division's machine guns. After the armistice, he tried desperately to get home, but some mix-up or misunderstanding sent him to Oxford instead. He was worried now. There was a sense of anxious despair in Daisy's letters. She didn't understand why he couldn't come. She felt the pressure of the outside world and wanted to see him, feel his presence beside her, and be sure that she was doing the right thing after a LL. Because Daisy was young and her artificial world was full of orchids, pleasant, cheerful snobbery, and orchestras that set the rhythm of the year. They captured the sadness and hints of life in new songs. All-night saxophones played the hopeless tune of the Beale Street Blues while 100 pairs of golden and silver slippers shuffled across the Shee. Knee-dust. At the gray tea hour, there were always rooms constantly thrumming with this low, sweet excitement, while fresh faces drifted here and there like rows. Petals blown by the sad horns around the floor. Through this dreamy world, Daisy began to move again with the season. Suddenly, she was again going on 6 dates a day with 6 men. She would fall asleep at dawn with the beads and chiffon of an evening dress tangled among dying orchids on the floor beside her bed. And all the time, something inside her was screaming for a decision. She wanted her life shaped now, immediately. And the decision had to be made by some force of love, of money, of undeniable practicality. That was close at hand. That force took shape in the middle of spring with the arrival of Tom Buchanan. There was a healthy solidness about his person and his position, and Daisy felt flattered. Without a doubt, there was a certain struggle and a certain relief. The letter reached Gatsby while he was still in Oxford. It was dawn now on Long Island. We went about opening the rest of the windows downstairs, filling the house with gray-turning, gold-turning light. The shadow of a tree abruptly fell across the dew, and ghostly birds began to sing among the blue leaves. There was a slow, pleasant movement in the air, barely a wind, promising a cool, lovely day.
I don't think she ever loved him. You have to remember, old sport, she was really worked up this afternoon. He told her those things in a way that scared her, that made it look like I was some kind of cheap con artist. And because of that, she hardly knew what she was saying.
Gatsby turned around from a window and looked at me challengingly. He sat down sadly.
Of course, she might have loved him just for a minute, when they were first married, and loved me more even then, do you see?
Suddenly, he made a strange comment.
In any case, it was just personal.
What could you make of that, except to suspect some intense meaning in his view of the affair that couldn't be easily understood? He came back from France when Tom and Daisy were still on their honeymoon trip. He made a miserable but irresistible journey to Louisville using the last of his army pay. He stayed there a week, walking the streets where their footsteps had clicked together through the November night and revisiting the hidden places why. Ere they had driven in her white car, just as Daisy's house had always seemed more mysterious and joyful to him than other houses, so his idea of the city itself, even though she was gone, from it was filled with a sad beauty. He left feeling that if he had searched harder, he might have found her, that he was leaving her behind. The day coach he was penniless now was hot. He went out to the open area between cars and sat down on a folding chair. The station slid away, and the backs of unfamiliar buildings moved by. Then out into the spring fields, where a yellow trolley raced them for a minute with people in it who might once have seen the pale magic of her face. Along the ordinary street, the track curved, and now it was going away from the sun. As the sun sank lower, it seemed to spread itself like a blessing over the vanishing city where she had drawn her breath. He stretched out his hand desperately, as if to snatch only a wisp of air to save a fragment of the spot that she had made lovely for him. But it was all going by too fast now for his blurred eyes, and he knew that he had lost that part of it, the freshest and the best, forever. It was 9 o'clock when we finished breakfast and went out on the porch. The night had made a sharp difference in the weather. There was an autumn feeling in the air. The gardener, the last of Gatsby's former servants, came to the bottom of the steps.
I'm going to drain the pool today. Mr. Gatsby, leaves will start falling pretty soon, and then there's always trouble with the pipes.
Don't do it today,
Gatsby answered. He turned to me apologetically.
You know, old sport, I've never used that pool all summer.
I looked at my watch and stood up. 12 minutes to my train. I didn't want to go to the city. I wasn't worth a decent day's work, but it was more than that. I didn't want to leave Gatsby. I missed that train, and then another, before I could make myself leave. I'll call you up, I said finally.
Do, old sport.
I'll call you about noon. We walked slowly down the steps.
I suppose Daisy will call too.
He looked at me anxiously, as if he hoped I'd confirm this. I suppose so.
Well, goodbye.
We shook hands and I started away. Just before I reached the hedge, I remembered something and turned around. They're a rotten crowd. You're worth the whole damn bunch put together, I shouted across the lawn. I've always been glad I said that. It was the only compliment I ever gave him, because I disapproved of him from beginning to end. First, he nodded politely, and then his face broke into that radiant and understanding smile. It was as if we'd been in complete agreement about that fact all along. His gorgeous, pink, flimsy suit made a bright spot of color against the white steps. I thought of the night when I first came to his fancy home, 3 months before. The lawn and driveway had been packed with people who suspected his corruption, and he had stood on those steps, hiding his pure dream as he waved the M by. I thanked him for his hospitality. We were always thanking him for that, I and the others. Goodbye. I enjoyed breakfast, Gatsby, I called. Up in the city, I tried for a while to list the stock prices, which felt endless. Then I fell asleep in my swivel chair. Just before noon, the phone woke me, and I started up with sweat on my forehead. It was Jordan Baker. She often called me at this hour because her movements between hotels, clubs, and private houses made her hard to find otherwise. Usually, her voice came over the phone sounding fresh and cool, as if a piece of a golf course had flown into the office window. But this morning, it seemed harsh and dry.
I've left Daisy's house. I'm at Hempstead, and I'm going down to Southampton this afternoon.
It was probably smart to leave Daisy's house, but her action annoyed me, and her next remark made me tense.
You weren't very nice to me last night.
How could it have mattered then? Silence for a moment. Then she spoke.
However, I want to see you.
I want to see you too.
Suppose I don't go to Southampton and come into town this afternoon.
No, I don't think this afternoon.
Very well.
It's impossible this afternoon. Various? We talked like that for a while, and then abruptly, we weren't talking anymore. I don't know which of us hung up with a sharp click, but I know I didn't care. I couldn't have talked to her across a tea table that day if I never talked to her again in this world. I called Gatsby's house a few minutes later, but the line was busy. I tried 4 times. Finally, an annoyed operator told me the line was being kept open for a long-distance call from Detroit. Taking out my timetable, I drew a small circle around the 3:50 train. Then I leaned back in my chair and tried to think. It was exactly noon. When I passed the ash heaps on the train that morning, I had purposely moved to the other side of the car. I figured there would be a curious crowd there all day, with little boys searching for dark spots in the dust, and some talkative man telling over and over what had happened until it became less and less real, even to him, and he could tell it no longer. And Myrtle Wilson's tragic death would be forgotten. Now I want to go back a little and tell what happened at the garage after we left there the night before. They had trouble finding her sister, Catherine. She must have broken a rule against drinking that night because when she arrived, she was drunk and couldn't understand that the ambulance had Addie gone to Flushing. When they convinced her of this, she immediately fainted as if that was the worst part of the whole situation. Someone, either kind or curious, took her in his car and drove her following her sister's body. Until long after midnight, a changing crowd gathered at the front of the garage while George Wilson rocked himself back and forth on the couch inside. For a while, the office door was open, and everyone who came into the garage couldn't help but glance through it. Finally, someone said it was a shame and closed the door. Michaelis and several other men were with him. First, 4 or 5 men. Later, 2 or 3. Still later, Michaelis had to ask the last stranger to wait there 15 minutes longer while he went back to his own place and made a pot of coffee. After that, he stayed there alone with Wilson until dawn. Around 3 o'clock, the nature of Wilson's confused muttering changed. He grew quieter and began to talk about the yellow car. He announced that he had a way of finding out whom the yellow car belonged to. Then he blurted out that a couple of months ago, his wife had come from the city with her face bruised and her nose swollen. But when he heard himself say this, he flinched and began to cry, "Oh my God," again in his groaning voice. Michaelis made a clumsy attempt to distract him.
How long have you been married, George? Come on. Try and sit still a minute and answer my question. How long have you been married?
12 years.
Ever had any children? Come on, George. Sit still. I asked you a question. Did you ever have any children?
The hard brown beetles kept hitting against the dim light. Whenever Michaelis heard a car speeding along the road outside, it sounded to him like the car that hadn't stopped a few hours before. He didn't like to go into the garage because the workbench was stained where the body had been lying. So he moved uncomfortably around the office. He knew every object in it before morning, and from time to time sat down beside Wilson, trying to keep high. Quieter.
Have you got a church you go to sometimes, George? Maybe even if you haven't been there for a long time? Maybe I could call up the church and get a priest to come over, and he could talk to you, see?
Don't belong to any.
You ought to have a church, George, for times like this. You must have gone to church once. Didn't you get married in a church? Listen, George. Listen to me. Didn't you get married in a church?
That was a long time ago.
The effort of answering broke the rhythm of his rocking. For a moment he was silent. Then the same half-knowing, half-confused look came back into his faded eyes.
Look in the drawer there.
He pointed at the desk.
Which drawer?
That drawer, that one.
Michaelis opened the drawer nearest his hand. There was nothing in it but a small, expensive dog leash made of leather and braided silver. It was apparently new.
This?
He inquired, holding it up. Wilson stared and nodded.
I found it yesterday afternoon. She tried to tell me about it, but I knew it was something weird.
You mean your wife bought it?
She had it wrapped in tissue paper on her dresser.
Michaelis didn't see anything strange in that. He gave Wilson a dozen reasons why his wife might have bought the dog leash. But perhaps Wilson had heard some of these same explanations before, from Myrtle, because he began saying, "Oh my God," again in a whisper. His attempt to comfort him left several explanations hanging in the air.
Then he killed her,
Wilson said. His mouth dropped open suddenly.
Who did?
I have a way of finding out.
You're being morbid, George. This has been a lot for you, and you don't know what you're saying. You'd better try and sit quiet until morning,
his friend said.
He murdered her.
It was an accident, George.
Wilson shook his head. His eyes narrowed and his mouth widened slightly with the hint of a superior ham.
I know. I'm one of those trusting guys, and I don't think bad of anyone. But when I know something, I know it. It was the man in that car. She ran out to speak to him, and he wouldn't stop.
He said definitively. Michaelis had seen this too, but it hadn't occurred to him that there was any special meaning in it. He believed that Mrs. Wilson had been running away from her husband rather than trying to stop any particular car.
How could she have been like that? She's a deep one.
Wilson said, as if that answered the question. He began to rock again, and Michaelis stood twisting the leash in his hand.
Maybe you have a friend I could call for you, George.
This was a desperate hope. He was almost sure that Wilson had no friends. There wasn't enough of him for his wife, let alone friends. He was a little glad later when he noticed a change in the room, a quick blue light by the window, and realized that dawn wasn't far off. Around 5 o'clock, it was blue enough outside to turn off the light. Wilson's glassy eyes turned out to the ash heaps, where small gray clouds took on fantastic shapes and scurried here and there in the faint dawn wind.
I spoke to her. I told her she might fool me, but she couldn't fool God. I took her to the window.
He muttered after a long silence. With an effort, he got up and walked to the rear window, leaning his face against it.
And I said, God knows what you've been doing, everything you've been doing. You may fool me, but you can't fool God.
Standing behind him, Michaelis saw with a shock that Wilson was looking at the eyes of Dr. T. J. Eckelberg, which had just emerged, pale and enormous from the fading night.
God sees everything,
Wilson repeated.
That's an advertisement,
Michaelis assured him. Something made him turn away from the window and look back into the room. But Wilson stood there a long time, his face close to the window pane, nodding into the twilight. By 6 o'clock, Michaelis was exhausted and grateful for the sound of a car stopping outside. It was one of the watchers from the night before who had promised to come back. So he cooked breakfast for 3, which he and the other man ate together. Wilson was quieter now, and Michaelis went home to sleep. When he woke up 4 hours later and hurried back to the garage, Wilson was gone. His movements, he was on foot the whole time, were later traced to Port Roosevelt and then to Gads Hill. There, he bought a sandwich that he didn't eat and a cup of coffee. He must have been tired and walking slowly, for he didn't reach Gads Hill until noon. So far, there was no difficulty accounting for his time. There were boys who had seen a man acting sort of crazy, and drivers he stared at oddly from the side of the road. Then, for 3 hours, he disappeared. The police, based on what he said to Michaelis that he had a way of finding out, assumed he spent that time going from garage to garage nearby, asking, gee, about a yellow car. On the other hand, no garage owner who had seen him ever came forward. And perhaps he had an easier, surer way of finding out what he wanted to know. By 2:30, he was in West Egg, where he asked someone the way to Gatsby's house. So by that time, he knew Gatsby's name. At 2 o'clock, Gatsby put on his swimsuit and left a message with the butler. If anyone called, the message was to be brought to him at the pool. He stopped at the garage for a blow-up mattress that had entertained his guests during the summer, and the chauffeur helped him pump it up. Then he gave instructions that the open car was not to be taken out under any circumstances. And this was strange because the front right fender needed repair. Gatsby put the mattress on his shoulder and started for the pool. Once, he stopped and shifted it a little. The chauffeur asked him if he needed help, but he shook his head and in a moment disappeared among the yellowing trees. No telephone message arrived. The butler stayed awake and waited for it until 4 o'clock, long after there was anyone to give it to if it came. I have a feeling that Gatsby himself didn't believe it would come, and perhaps he no longer cared. If that was true, he must have felt that he had lost the old comforting world, paid a high price for living too long with a single dream. He must have looked up at an unfamiliar sky through frightening leaves and shivered. He realized what a strange thing a rose is, and how raw the sunlight felt on the barely growing grass. A new world, material without being real, where poor ghosts, breathing dreams like air, drifted accidentally about, like that pale, ghostly figure gliding toward him through the shadowy trees. The chauffeur, one of Wolfsheim's protégés, heard the shots. Afterward, he could only say that he hadn't thought much about them. I drove from the station directly to Gatsby's house, and my anxious rush up the front steps was the first thing that alarmed anyone. But they knew then, I firmly believe. With scarcely a word said, 4 of us, the chauffeur, butler, gardener, and I, hurried down to the pool. There was a faint, barely noticeable movement of the water as the fresh flow from one end made its way toward the drain at the other. With small ripples that were hardly shadows of waves, the loaded mattress moved irregularly down the pool. A small gust of wind that barely rippled the surface was enough to disturb its accidental path with its accidental burden. The touch of a cluster of leaves slowly spun it around, tracing a thin red circle in the water like a compass. It was after we started with Gatsby toward the house that the gardener saw Wilson's body a little way off in the grass. And the tragedy was complete. After 2 years, I remember the rest of that day and that night and the next day only as an endless routine of police, photographers, and newspaper. Reporters going in and out of Gatsby's front door. A rope stretched across the main gate and a policeman by it kept out the curious. But little boys soon found they could enter through my yard, and there were always a few of them clustered open-mouthed around the pool. Someone with a confident manner, perhaps a detective, used the expression madman as he bent over Wilson's body that afternoon, and the instant authority in his voice set the tone for the newspaper reports the next morning. Most of those reports were a nightmare grotesque, detailed, eager, and untrue. When Michaelis's testimony at the inquest revealed Wilson's suspicions about his wife, I thought the whole story would soon be turned into a scandaloo. Satire. But Catherine, who could have said anything, didn't say a word. She showed a surprising amount of strength, too. She looked at the coroner with determined eyes under her corrected brow and swore that her sister had never seen Gatsby, that her sister was complete, happy with her husband that her sister had gotten into no trouble whatsoever. She convinced herself of it and cried into her handkerchief, as if the mere suggestion was more than she could handle. So Wilson was reduced to a man driven mad by grief so that the case could remain in its simplest form, and it stayed that way. But all this part of it seemed distant and unimportant. I found myself on Gatsby's side, and alone. From the moment I telephoned the news of the disaster to West Egg Village, every guess about him and every practical question was directed to me. At first, I was surprised and confused. Then, as he lay in his house, not moving or breathing or speaking, hour after hour, it dawned on me that I was responsible because no one else cared. I mean, with that intense personal interest to which everyone has some vague right at the end. I called Daisy half an hour after we found him, called her instinctively and without hesitation. But she and Tom had left early that afternoon and taken baggage with them. Left no address?
No.
Say when they'd be back?
No.
Any idea where they are? How I could reach them?
I don't know. Can't say.
I wanted to find someone for him. I wanted to go into the room where he lay and reassure him. I'll get somebody for you, Gatsby. Don't worry. Just trust me, and I'll get somebody for you. Meyer Wolfsheim's name wasn't in the phone book. The butler gave me his office address on Broadway, and I called information. But by the time I had the number, it was long after 5, and no one answered the phone. Will you ring again?
I've rung 3 times.
It's very important.
Sorry, I'm afraid no one's there.
I went back to the living room and thought for an instant that they were chance visitors, all these official people who suddenly filled it. But though they pulled back the sheet and looked at Gatsby with shocked eyes, his plea kept echoing in my brain.
Look here, old sport. You've got to get somebody for me. You've got to try hard. I can't go through this alone.
Someone started to ask me questions, but I broke away and went upstairs. I quickly looked through the unlocked parts of his desk. He'd never definitely told me that his parents were dead. But there was nothing. Only the picture of Dan Cody, a symbol of forgotten violence, staring down from the wall. Next morning, I sent the butler to New York with a letter to Wolfsheim. It asked for information and urged him to come out on the next train. That request seemed unnecessary when I wrote it. I was sure he'd react when he saw the newspapers, just as I was sure there'd be a telegram from Daisy before noon. But neither a telegram nor Mr. Wolfsheim arrived. No one arrived except more police, photographers, and newspaper reporters. When the butler brought back Wolfsheim's answer, I started to feel a sense of defiance, of scornful solidarity between Gatsby and me against all of Duff. M.
Dear Mr. Caraway, this has been one of the most terrible shocks of my life to me. I can hardly believe it's true at all. Such a crazy act as that man did should make us all think. I cannot come down now as I am tied up in some very important business and cannot get mixed up in this thing now. If there is anything I can do a little later, let me know in a letter by Edgar. I hardly know where I am when I hear about a thing like this, and am completely knocked down and out. Yours truly, Meyer Wolfsheim. Let me know about the funeral, etc. I don't know his family at all.
These hasty notes were beneath his main letter. When the phone rang that afternoon and long distance said Chicago was calling, I thought this would be Daisy at last. But the connection came through as a man's voice, very thin and far away.
This is Slagle speaking.
Yes? The name was unfamiliar.
Hell of a situation, isn't it? Get my wire?
There haven't been any telegrams.
Young Park's in trouble. They picked him up when he handed the bonds over the counter. They got a notice from New York with the numbers just 5 minutes before. What do you think about that, hey? You can never tell in these small towns.
He said rapidly. Hello! I interrupted breathlessly. Look here, this isn't Mr. Gatsby? Mr. Spot? Gatsby's dead. There was a long silence on the other end of the line, followed by an exclamation, then a quick squawk as the connection was broken. I think it was on the third day that a telegram signed Henry C. Gats arrived from a town in Minnesota. It said only that the sender was leaving immediately and to postpone the funeral until he came. It was Gatsby's father, a serious old man, very helpless and dismayed. He was bundled up in a long, cheap overcoat against the warm September day. His eyes constantly teared up with emotion. When I took the bag and umbrella from his hands, he began to pull so constantly at his thin gray beard that I had difficulty getting off his coat. He was about to collapse, so I took him into the music room and made him sit down while I sent for something to eat. But he wouldn't eat, and the glass of milk spilled from his trembling hand.
I saw it in the Chicago newspaper. It was all in the Chicago newspaper. I started right away,
he said. I didn't know how to reach you. His eyes, seeing nothing, moved ceaselessly about the room.
It was a madman. He must have been mad,
he said. Wouldn't you like some coffee? I urged him.
I don't want anything. I'm all right now, mister.
Caraway?
Well, I'm all right now. Where have they got to me?
I took him into the drawing room where his son lay and left him there. Some little boys had come up on the steps and were looking into the hall. When I told them who had arrived, they went reluctantly away. After a short time, Mr. Gats opened the door and came out. His mouth was slightly open, his face a little red, and tears rolled down his face. He was old enough that death wasn't a shocking surprise anymore. But when he looked around and saw how grand and luxurious the hall was, with big rooms opening into more rooms, his sadness started to mix with a kind of proud amazement. I helped him to a bedroom upstairs. As he took off his coat and vest, I told him we had waited to make any funeral plans until he arrived. I didn't know what you'd want, Mr. Gatsby?
Gats is my name.
Dash, Mr. Gats. I thought you might want to bury him back west. He shook his head. No.
Jimmy always liked it better here in the East. He really made a name for himself here. Were you a friend of my son's, mister?
We were close friends.
He had a huge future. You know, he was so young, but he was super smart.
Mr. Gats touched his head proudly. I nodded.
If he had lived, he would have been a great man. Like James J. Hill, he would have helped build up the country.
That's true. He picked at the fancy blanket, trying to take it off the bed. Then he lay down awkwardly and was instantly asleep. That night, someone who sounded scared called. They insisted on knowing who I was before they'd say their name. This is Mr. Caraway. The caller sounded totally relieved.
Oh, this is Clipspringer.
I felt relieved too, thinking maybe this meant another friend would show up at Gatsby's grave. I really didn't want the news in the papers, attracting a bunch of curious people. So, I'd been low-key trying to track down a few folks myself. They were hard to find. The funeral is tomorrow, 3 o'clock, here at the house. I wish you'd tell anyone who might be interested.
Oh, bet I will.
His tone made me low-key suspicious. Of course, you'll be there yourself.
Well, I'll certainly try. What I called up about is...
Wait a minute.
Well, the thing is, I'm staying with some people up here in Greenwich, and they kind of expect me to be with them tomorrow. Actually, there's like a picnic or something. Of course, I'll do my best to get away.
Huh? I let out a loud huh, and he must have heard me because he sounded nervous as he continued.
What I called up about was a pair of shoes I left there. I wonder if it'd be too much trouble to have the butler send them to me. You see, they're tennis shoes, and I'm sort of lost without them. My address is care of B. F.
I didn't hear the rest of the name because I hung up the phone. After that, I low-key felt ashamed for Gatsby. One guy I called basically said Gatsby deserved what happened. But that was on me. He was one of those who used to talk trash about Gatsby, especially when he was fueled by Gatsby's drinks. I should have known better than to call him. On the morning of the funeral, I went to New York to see Meyer Wolfsheim. I couldn't get in touch with him any other way. Following an elevator boy's advice, I pushed open a door marked the Swastika Holding Company. At first, it seemed like no one was inside. But after I'd shouted hello several times without luck, an argument broke out behind a wall. Soon, a woman appeared from an inner doorway and stared at me with dark, unfriendly eyes.
Nobody's in. Mister? Wolfsham's gone to Chicago.
That first part was clearly not true because someone inside had started whistling The Rosary out of tune. Please tell him Mr. X. Caraway wants to see him.
I can't get him back from Chicago, can I?
Just then, a voice that was clearly Wolfsheim's called Stella from behind the door.
Leave your name on the desk.
But I know he's there. She took a step toward me and slid her hands up and down her hips, looking annoyed.
You young men think you can just force your way in here anytime? We're sick and tired of it. When I say he's in Chicago, he's in Chicago.
I mentioned Gatsby's name.
Oh.
She vanished. A moment later, Meyer Wolfsheim stood seriously in the doorway, holding out both hands. He pulled me into his office, saying in a respectful voice that it was a sad time for everyone, and offered me a cigar.
My memory goes back to when I first met him. He was a young major, just out of the army, covered in war medals. He was so broke he had to keep wearing his uniform because he couldn't afford regular clothes. The first time I saw him, he walked into Weinbrenner's pool room on 43rd Street and asked for a job. He hadn't eaten anything for a couple of days. Come on, have some lunch with me, I told him. He ate more than $4 worth of food in half an hour.
Did you help him start his business?
Start him. I made him.
Oh.
I pulled him up from nothing, right out of the gutter. I saw right away he was a good-looking, polite young man. And when he told me he was at Oxford, I knew I could use him. I got him to join the American Legion, and he was respected there. Right away, he did some work for one of my clients up in Albany. We were super close in everything.
I wondered if their partnership had included the World Series gambling in 1919. Now he's dead.
I'd like to come.
Well, come then. The hair in his nostrils shook a little, and as he shook his head, his eyes filled with tears.
I can't do it. I can't get involved.
There's nothing to get involved in. It's all over now.
When a man gets killed, I never like to get mixed up in it in any way. I stay out. When I was young, it was different if a friend of mine died. No matter how, I stuck with them to the end. You might think that's sentimental, but I mean it to the bitter end.
I realized that for some personal reason, he was set on not coming, so I stood up.
Are you a college man?
For a moment, I thought he was going to try to make some kind of shady deal, but he just nodded and shook my hand.
Let's learn to show our friendship for a man when he's alive, not after he's dead.
When I left his office, the sky had turned dark, and I got back to West Egg in a light rain. After changing my clothes, I went next door and found Mr. Gats walking back and forth excitedly in the hall. His pride in his son and all his son's things just kept growing, and now he had something to show me.
Jimmy sent me this picture.
It was a photo of the house, with cracked corners and dirty from many hands. He eagerly pointed out every detail to me. "Look there," he said, then looked for my approval. He had shown it so often that I think it was more real to him now than the actual house.
Jimmy sent it to me. I think it's a very pretty picture. It looks good.
Very good. Had you seen him lately?
He came to visit me 2 years ago and bought me the house I live in now. Of course. We were upset when he left home suddenly, but I see now there was a reason for it. He knew he had a big future ahead of him. And ever since he became successful, he was very generous with me.
He didn't want to put the picture away, holding it for another minute, lingering before my eyes. Then he put the wallet back and pulled a worn-out old copy of a book called Hopalong Cassidy from his pocket.
Look here. This is a book he had when he was a boy. It just shows you.
He opened the book to the back cover and turned it around for me to see. On the last page inside, the word schedule was printed, along with the date September 12th, 1906. Underneath, it read, "Rise from bed, 6 a.m. Dumbbell exercises and climbing walls, 6:15 to 6:30 a.m. Study electricity, etc. 7:15 to 8:15 a.m. Work 8:30 to 4:30 p.m. Baseball and sports 4:30 to 5 p.m. Practice speaking clearly, being confident, and how to achieve it 5 o'clock to 6 p.m. Study needed inventions 7 o'clock to 9 p.m. General rules. No wasting time at shafters or no more smoking or chewing. Bath every other day. Read one improving book or magazine per week. Save $3.00 per week. Be better to parents."
I came across this book by accident.
It just shows you.
Jimmy was always going to succeed. He always had rules like these, or something similar. Do you notice what he wrote about improving his mind? He was always big on that. He once told me I ate like a pig, and I hit him for it.
He didn't want to close the book, reading each item aloud and then looking at me expectantly. I think he kind of hoped I would copy down the list for myself. A little before 3, the Lutheran minister arrived from Flushing. Without meaning to, I started looking out the windows for other cars. Gatsby's father did the same. As time passed and the servants came and waited in the hall, Mr. Gats's eyes started blinking worriedly, and he spoke of the rain in an uncertain voice. The minister glanced at his watch several times, so I took him aside and asked him to wait for half an hour. But it didn't help. Nobody came. The funeral began as planned, but not as hoped. Around 5 o'clock, our group of 3 cars reached the cemetery and stopped in a heavy rain beside the gate. First was a motor hearse, super black and wet. Then Mr. Gats, the minister, and I were in the limousine. A little later, 4 or 5 servants and the postman from West Egg arrived in Gatsby's station wagon, all completely soaked. As we started through the gate into the cemetery, I heard another car stop, then someone splashing through the wet ground behind us. I looked around. It was the man with owl-eyed glasses, the one I had found 3 months earlier, amazed by Gatsby's books in the library. I hadn't seen him since then. I didn't know how he knew about the funeral, or even his name. The rain ran down his thick glasses and he took them off to wipe them, just as the canvas was unrolled from Gatsby's grave. I tried to think about Gatsby for a moment, but he felt too far away already. I could only remember, without feeling bitter, that Daisy hadn't sent a message or a flower. Faintly, I heard someone in the small group murmur, "Blessed are the dead that the rain falls on." Then the owl-eyed man said, "Amen to that," in a BR. Voice. We walked slowly back through the rain to the cars. Owl Eyes spoke to me by the gate.
I couldn't get to the house.
Neither could anybody else.
No way.
He took off his glasses and wiped them again, inside and out.
The poor son of a bitch.
Later, I found myself thinking back to other times. One of my clearest memories is coming back west from boarding school, and later from college, at Christmas. Those going further than Chicago would meet up in the old dimly lit Union Station at 6 on a December evening. They'd say a quick goodbye to their Chicago friends who were already caught up in their own holiday celebrations. I remember the fur coats of the girls coming back from Miss This or That school, the puffs of frozen breath, and hands waving overhead as we spotted. Old friends? We'd compare invitations. Are you going to the Ordways? The Herseys? The Schultzes? And we'd hold our long green tickets tight in our gloved hands. Finally, the dark yellow cars of the Chicago, Milwaukee, and St. Paul Railroad looked as cheerful as Christmas itself on the tracks by the gate. As our train pulled out into the winter night and the real snow, our snow began to spread out beside us and sparkle against the windows, and the faint lights of small Wisconsin stations passed by, a crisp, wild feeling suddenly filled the air. We took deep breaths of it as we walked back from dinner through the cold entryways, deeply feeling like we belonged to this country for one strange hour before blending back into normal life again. That's my Middle West, not the wheat or the prairies or the lost Swedish towns. It's the exciting trains coming home from my youth, the street lamps and sleigh bells in the cold darkness, and the holly wreath shadows cast by Brig HT windows on the snow. I'm part of that, a little serious with the feeling of those long winters, a little content from growing up in the Caraway house in a city where Howe's EAs are still known by family names even after many years. I see now that this story was always about the West, after all. Tom and Gatsby, Daisy and Jordan and I, we were all Westerners. Maybe we had a shared flaw that made us quietly unable to fit in with Eastern life. Even when the East excited me most, even when I was super aware it was better than the boring, messy, oversized towns beyond Ohio, with their endless questions that only children and old people avoided, even then, it always felt a little twisted to me. West Egg, especially, still appears in my wildest dreams. I see it like a night scene by El Greco. 100 houses, both normal yet weird, huddled under a dark, heavy sky and a dull moon. In the front, 4 serious men in fancy suits walk along the sidewalk with a stretcher. On it lies a drunken woman in a white evening dress. Her hand, hanging over the edge, shines coldly with jewels. Seriously, the men turn into a house, the wrong house. But no one knows the woman's name, and no one cares. After Gatsby's death, the East felt like a ghost town to me, so twisted I couldn't see it clearly anymore. So when the blue smoke of dry leaves was in the air and the wind made the wet clothes stiff on the line, I decided to come back home. There was one last thing to do before I left, an awkward, bad thing I probably should have just ignored. But I wanted to finish things properly and not just trust the sea to wash away all my problems without caring. I saw Jordan Baker and talked about what had happened to us, circling the main points, and what had happened to me afterward. She lay perfectly still in a big chair listening. She was dressed for golf. I remember thinking she looked like a picture, her chin raised a little confidently, her hair the color of an autumn leaf, her face the same brown Shah D as the fingerless glove on her knee. When I finished speaking, she told me, without much emotion, that she was engaged to another man. I didn't believe it, even though she could have easily married many guys with just a nod, but I acted surprised. For a moment, I wondered if I wasn't making a mistake. Then I thought it all over quickly again and got up to say goodbye.
Still, you did dump me.
We shook hands.
Oh, and do you remember?
Why not exactly?
You said a bad driver was only safe until she met another bad driver? Well, I met another bad driver, didn't I? I mean, it was dumb of me to guess so wrong. I thought you were a pretty honest, direct person. I thought it was something you were secretly proud of.
I'm 30. She didn't answer. Feeling angry, half in love with her, and super sorry, I turned away. Weeks passed, and then I ran into Tom. One afternoon in late October, I saw Tom Buchanan. He was walking ahead of me on Fifth Avenue in his tense, aggressive way, his hands held slightly out as if to push people away, his head moving sharp. Why? Following his restless eyes. Just as I slowed down to avoid catching up to him, he stopped and started frowning into a jewelry store window. Suddenly, he saw me and walked back, holding out his hand.
What's the matter, Nick? Do you object to shaking hands with me?
Yes. You know what I think of you.
You're crazy, Nick.
Tom? He stared at me silently. I knew I had guessed correctly about what happened during those missing hours. I started to turn away, but he took a step after me and grabbed my arm.
I told him the truth.
There was nothing I could say, except for the unstated truth that it wasn't true.
And if you think I didn't suffer? Look, when I went to clear out that apartment and saw that damn box of dog biscuits sitting there on the side table, I sat down and cried like a baby. By God, it was awful.
I couldn't forgive him or like him, but I saw that what he had done was, to him, totally fair. It was all very careless and confused. Tom and Daisy were careless people. They broke things and hurt people, then hid behind their money or their huge lack of care or whatever kept them to. Gether and left others to deal with the mess they had made. I shook hands with him. It seemed pointless not to because I suddenly felt like I was talking to a child. Then he went into the jewelry store to buy a pearl necklace, or maybe just a pair of cuff buttons, free of my small-town discomfort forever. As I prepared to leave the East for good, Gatsby's house still stood empty. Gatsby's house was still empty when I left. The grass on his lawn had grown as long as mine. One of the taxi drivers in the village always stopped for a minute and pointed inside when driving past the entrance gate. Maybe he was the one who drove Daisy and Gatsby to East Egg the night of the accident, and maybe he had made up his own story about it all. I didn't want to hear it, and I avoided him when I got off the train. I spent my Saturday nights in New York because those bright, amazing parties of his were so clear in my mind. I could still hear the soft and constant music and laughter from his garden, and the cars going up and down his driveway. One night, I did hear a real car there and saw its lights stop at his front steps, but I didn't check. It was probably some last guest who had been far away and didn't know the party was over. On the last night, with my trunk packed and my car sold to the grocer, I went over and looked at that huge, confusing, failed house one more time. On the white steps, a bad word, written messily by some boy with a piece of brick, stood out clearly in the moonlight. I erased it, scraping my shoe against the stone. Then I wandered down to the beach and lay down on the sand. Most of the big beach houses were closed now, and there were hardly any lights except the faint moving light of a ferry boat across the sound. As the moon rose higher, the unimportant houses seemed to disappear until gradually I noticed the old island here that was once beautiful to Dutch sigh. Lor's a fresh, green land of the New World. Its vanished trees, the trees that had made way for Gatsby's house, had once quietly promised the last and greatest of all human dreams. For a brief, magical moment, people must have held their breath, forced to admire something beautiful they didn't understand or even want to, facing F. Or the last time in history, something as grand as their ability to feel wonder. As I sat there thinking deeply about the old unknown world, I thought of Gatsby's wonder when he first saw the green light at the end of Daisy's dock. He had come a long way to this blue lawn, and his dream must have seemed so close that he could almost certainly get it. He didn't know that it was already behind him, somewhere back in that huge unknown area beyond the city, where the dark fields of the country stretched. Out under the night. Gatsby believed in the green light, that exciting, wild future that year by year moves further away from us. It slipped away from us then, but that's okay. Tomorrow we will run faster, stretch out our arms further. And one fine morning... So we keep going, like boats against the current, always pushed back into the past.
Hello everyone and welcome. So, before the story begins, we thought we'd do a quick deep dive to set the stage for what you're about to hear.
Yeah, just a little context for what is, F. Scott Fitzgerald's The Great Gatsby. It's a true classic.
It really is, published back in 1925.
That's right, 1925. But the story itself is actually set a few years earlier in the very specific summer of 1922.
Which Fitzgerald himself famously called the Jazz Age.
He did. And that era, it's more than just parties and fancy clothes.
Right. It was this huge economic boom right after World War I, a time of just incredible wealth and extravagance.
Fitzgerald had a great line for it. He called it an age of miracles, excess, and satire.
And that word excess feels so key to the whole story.
It is, because all that excess created a kind of moral chaos, which the book explores so perfectly. It really gets into the tension between different kinds of wealth.
You mean the whole old money versus new money thing?
Exactly. You have the inherited, established elite, the old money like the Buchanans over in East Egg.
And then you have the self-made, the newcomers, the new money.
Like Jay Gatsby in West Egg. He's the perfect example.
But the thing that's so interesting is that Fitzgerald was actually in that world, wasn't he? He and his wife were, part of that scene.
They absolutely were, and that's what makes his perspective so powerful. He was sort of the perfect observer, both an insider and an outsider at the same time.
So he kind of loved the glamour, but also saw the problems with it.
Precisely. He admired it, but he also deeply resented the emptiness at its core. And that's why the novel is really a profound critique of the American dream.
The idea that just making a lot of money doesn't automatically buy you happiness.
Or, and this is crucial, social acceptance. It's really a story about disillusionment.
And one of the ways he shows that, which is so brilliant, is his use of color. The symbolism is just everywhere.
It is. And the colors are never, straightforward. They're always a bit ambiguous.
Okay, like the green light. Everyone knows the green light at the end of the dock.
Right. And on one level, it's hope. It's the future, this dream he's reaching for. But green can also mean envy or even decay. It sort of hints at the dark side of his obsession.
Well, that's interesting. And what about all the white? Daisy and Jordan are always in white.
Yeah, which you'd think means purity or innocence. But for them, it's more like a facade, a kind of privileged moral blankness that hides how careless they really are.
And we see all of this through our narrator, Nick Carraway.
Which is so important. We go on this journey with him.
He starts off pretty naive, doesn't he? Kind of in awe of this whole world.
He's totally drawn in by the spectacle. But as the summer goes on, he starts to see the ugliness beneath the glitter. He develops this deep repugnance for that.
For their careless indifference, as he calls it. That they can just break things and people and then just retreat back into their vast wealth.
Exactly. And it's Nick's moral journey that elevates the story. It stops being just a romance and becomes this really profound look at obsession and the illusion that we can somehow recapture the past.
It really makes you think.
It does. It raises this question that if the American dream just becomes chasing an illusion, then what are we all really chasing?
That's a great thought to hold on to. We hope this little introduction helps frame the story for everyone. If you enjoyed this deep dive, please subscribe and like so you can catch our future conversations. And now, the story begins.
Tom murmured low in the heat of the night. A lady present, Jordan cuts through the light. Daisy glances around, her eyes in a whirl. Kiss Nick too, she teases, unfurling her world. Tom scoffs back, what a low trashy girl. But Daisy's fire flare, she cries without fear. I don't care, and dances tap tapping near. All the dreams we chase in the glow of the fire, tap dancing wild on the edge of desire. Tom's flirtation spark to a mother's embrace. In this glittering haze we find our place. Blessed, precious, come to me now. In the whirlwind of love we take our bow. The heat pulls her down, guilty on the couch she sinks. Then a nurse appears with a child that blinks. Blessed, precious, she sings, arms open wide. Come to your mother where love resides. The little one rushes, face buried so shy, in the folds of her dress under the sky. Blessed, precious, come to me now. In the whirlwind of love we take our bow. The blessed, precious, did mommy powder your hair? Stand up straight, say how do you do, so fair. Gatsby and Nick, we bend down low, take her small hand, in wonder we grow. He stares in surprise, this child he denied. A dream made real in her eyes, bona fide. You're a dream, you absolute dream. Yes, yes, a dream so true. All the dreams we chase in the glow of the fire, tap dancing wild on the edge of desire. Tom's flirtation spark to a mother's embrace. In this glittering haze we find our place. Blessed, precious, come to me now. Take our bow. I got dressed before lunch, she turns with a gleam. You're a dream, my little dream. I pick up the phone, my heart in tow. Operator voice like ice, so cold. No, she says, as my hope grows old. Say when they'd be back. I plead once more, but her words cut deep, right to the core. Any idea where, how to reach them now? I don't know, can't say. She shuts me out somehow. this cruel night, unraveling dreams. I'll get somebody for you. Hold on tight through the endless ring into the night. Wolfsheim's name lost in the book, butler's address on Broadway. I took information, but the clock ticks past 5. No answer comes, no spark of life. Will you ring again? I beg with might. I've rung 3 times, she ends the fight. It's very important, I cry in vain, but the world's gone quiet, drowned in rain. I wanted to go into that room so still, where you lay waiting, against your will. Reassure you, Gatsby, with words so true. I'll get somebody, just trust me through. But the operators fade, the connections break. Hope echoes in the choices I make. No more silence, no more lies. My desperation rises, tears in my eyes. Oh, Gatsby, lying there in the shadows deep. I'll find someone for you, I swear I'll keep this promise in my chest, burning like a fire. Don't worry, trust me through the wire. But the lines are dead, the silence screams in this cruel night, unraveling dreams. We walked back slow through the rain to the cars.
In the glow of the chandelier's light, a stranger approaches, so poised in the night. If you want anything, just ask old sport, he says with a smile that opens the door. Jordan urges me on, then slips from the scene. Excuse me, I'll be back like a dream unforeseen. I turn to you, Jordan, my heart in a whirl, charmed by this man, not the ghost I inferred. A chubby old soul with a face flushed red, but he's young, he's alive, with secrets widespread. Who is he? I whisper. Do you know his name? He's just Gatsby. You say playing the game. Oh, Gatsby, the enigma in the mansion's grand hall. Where do you rise? What tales do you call? Hero or shadows, a killer in the mist. Rumors like whispers can't be dismissed. New blood in the spotlight, buying dreams on the sound. Who are you really? The world spellbound.
Where's he from? I press.
And what does he chase?
You smile faintly.
Now you're in the maze. He went to Oxford, you claim with a nod, but doubt clouds your eyes like a vanishing god.
I don't believe it, you say.
Tone so sure.
Why not? I wonder.
Craving more.
I just don't.
You insist
with a secretive sigh.
It's a lie under the velvet sky.
Fear in your voice echoes the crowd's wild claim.
I think he killed a man.
They murmur his name.
Louisiana swamps
Or New York's gritty streets.
He bursts from the nowhere
Where the wild heart beats.
Far from my small town,
Where roots run deep and true.
he's a phantom in silk, pulling strings anew.
Who is this Gatsby?
The mystery ignites. Oh, Gatsby, the enigma in the mansion's grand hall. Where do you rise? What tales do you call? Hero or shadows? A killer in the mist? Rumors like whispers can't be dismissed. New blood in the spotlight, buying dreams on the sound. Who are you really? The world spellbound.
Who is this Gatsby? The mystery ignites.
Oh, Gatsby, the enigma in the mansion's grand hall. Where do you rise? What tales do you call? Hero or shadows? A killer in the mist? Rumors like whispers can't be dismissed. New blood in the spotlight, buying dreams on the sound. Who are you really? The world spellbound.
In this house of gold and glass so fine, Tom declares he'd never leave this line. I'd be a damn fool, he says with pride. Miss Baker jumps in, her voice like a tide. Absolutely, she cries, and I startle awake. First words from her lips since the evening's first break. Daisy yawns, rises graceful, stiff from the throne. On that sofa she's lingered, feeling so alone. Soft glow, where secrets unfold like the river below. Tom's pleading for New York light so bright, but Jordan says no, she's in training tonight. The cocktails arrive, she turns them away. Whole glass in dismay. In this world of glamour and unspoken chains, our hearts beat in rhythm, hiding their pain. draws us away. Tom hooks my arm strong, like a game we must play in this world of glamour and unspoken chains. Our hearts beat in rhythm, hiding their pains. The women glide ahead, hips swaying slow, chin on curves to the porch where the roses all grow. Dust paints it rosy, candles flicker and dance. Why candles? She frowns, snaps them out in a trance. A moment of fire, then darkness descends in this fragile illusion where the evening just bends. Illusion bends. We step into night.